Chapter 571 The Appearance of 10,000 Immortal Emperors, Shocking the Heavenly Tao. Chapter 571 The Appearance of 10,000 Immortal Emperors, Shocking the Heavenly Tao. Hearing Han Ju's rejection, Li Mui was not anxious. He had already expected it. He only continued to persuade, I have a bold plan. If you join forces with me, the human school and the hidden sect will split the heavenly Tao equally in the future. The two of us will control the rules of the heavenly Tao. Han Ju said, I'm not that ambitious. This is not ambition. This is to save the heavenly Tao and all living beings in the world. I'm not that capable. If we join forces, we can definitely do it. Han Ju cursed silently. How ridiculous was this guy? Han Ju said, then, what do you want to do? Li Mui said, Qiu Shilai is currently attempting the Tao integration. Although he's hiding it very well, I plan to support the hidden sect to occupy the heavenly Tao's providence. Even if Qiu Shilai is attempting the Tao integration, with your command over the hidden sect, you can directly disband them before the battle begins. Of course, you will pretend to disband and eliminate the hidden sect's providence. The heavenly Tao's providence will end up in chaos and order will be lost. Qiu Shilai's cultivation will definitely plummet, eliminating him and the heavenly Tao spirit in his body. Han Ju chuckled. What a good plan. Killing two birds with one stone. Han Ju almost asked, do you think I'm stupid? He had to hold back. How could a sage be crude? He said, may I ask what the sage will do? Are you only supporting the hidden sect? Did the hidden sect still need Li Mui's support? Screw off. I'll directly let the human school join the hidden sect. When dealing with Qiu Shilai, I'll also participate. How about that? Li Mui replied calmly. This was very sincere. Regardless of whether it was true or not, if the human school joined the hidden sect, it would be able to suppress all the sage sects in reputation. Unfortunately, Han Ju didn't want to take in the human school, and he even hated it. The human school's foundation was truly deep. The time it had been in existence was immeasurable. It was even older than the immortal world, let alone the ancient human school in the deity realm of the ruins of End. The human school in the immortal world was more like the outer sect of the true human school. Han Ju said, I'll consider this. Li Mui frowned. If you say that you want to consider, it means that you refuse. What are you dissatisfied with? You don't want to find the ancestor or cooperate with me. Then, tell me a way. The heavenly Tao has a spirit. If news of this spreads, all living beings will definitely be terrified. From now on, it will no longer be a situation where sages restrain each other. Instead, it will be the heavenly Tao's dictatorship. Your existence is definitely a thorn in the heavenly Tao's eyes, even if you once saved it. Han Ju said, I just don't want to become everyone's target. Find another sage. With that, Han Ju left the dream. 33rd Heaven, Human School Tao Field. Li Mui opened his eyes and frowned. This fellow is really stubborn. I don't believe that you really don't have any ambitions. Li Mui muttered to himself, feeling very unhappy. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. This was not the first time he begged Han Ju. The latter had never given him face. Since Han Ju was unwilling to agree, he could only find other sages. Inside the Taoist temple. Han Ju snorted and muttered, trying to trick me again. Do I need you to kill the heavenly Tao's spirit? He already had a plan. After Qiu Shilai succeeded in his Tao integration, he would capture him and bring him to the primordial heavenly prison. Then, he would definitely purify him and eliminate the heavenly Tao spirit. It had to be said that the absolute purification of the primordial heavenly prison was too impressive. Han Ju even started to look forward to Qiu Shilai's successful Tao integration. Continue cultivating. He had to break through as soon as possible. Han Ju could already fight with a freedom sage. When he broke through again, he would definitely be able to kill some weaker freedom sages. After thinking, Han Ju closed his eyes and focused on cultivating. Time passed. Life was like a dream. A mighty cultivator dreamed of 3,000 things. The empire in the mortal world changed and mountains and rivers shifted. When heroes appeared in the immortal world, the mortal worlds below also began to exert their strength. Ascenders appeared one after another and slaughtered their way to the immortal world, revealing their sharpness. At this moment, the living beings in the immortal world realized that other than the immortal world, other worlds were also very powerful. At the same time, they also felt that the mortal worlds were suitable for living and cultivation. In just 3,000 years, more than 10 million living beings had ascended from the mortal world. The number of living beings in the immortal world had also reached a very impressive level, like the immortal world before the calamity. Han Ju opened his eyes. He was already very close to breaking through. Awesome! Han Ju couldn't wait to break through, but Han Zuetian had already asked to see him more than 10 times. Han Ju hadn't received him for several years. Now was his chance. He let Han Zuetian in. Even before he spoke, Han Ju knew what he wanted to say. It was time to send talents out or recruit new disciples. Indeed, another 10,000 in-name disciples' cultivation levels had reached the limit and could no longer increase. Han Ju allowed them to leave and serve the heavenly race. Grandmaster, should we recruit another batch of disciples? Many cities were established near the 100-peak Immortal River. I remember that the nearby 3 regions have long been divided by the heavenly race to us. Now that they are occupied by other races and sects, it's really unpleasant, Han Zuetian asked expectantly. Han Ju said calmly, I won't take in any disciples for the time being. The hidden sect wants the best. As for the territory outside, it's nothing. But, no buts. You can leave. I'm not satisfied with your cultivation. You have to reach the deity realm in 10,000 years. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving. 10,000 years. Yes. Yes, Han Zuetian left in fear. This kid had already reached the Emperor realm not long ago, but to cross the threshold of a rank 9 immortal emperor in 10,000 years, he felt that it was almost impossible. Several days later, Han Ju sent out the 10,000 in-name disciples Han Zuetian had arranged. These were all immortal emperors. 10,000 immortal emperors left the Dao field, immediately attracting the heavenly lightning. Han Ju clearly sensed that the heavenly Dao's providence was changing. An immortal emperor was nothing, but 10,000 was truly ridiculous. The 10,000 in-name disciples of the hidden sect looked up at the lightning and smiled proudly. They had cultivated diligently for tens of thousands of years just for today to appear. Let's go to the heavenly race. The leader of the in-name disciples shouted. The 10,000 disciples were like sharp arrows breaking through the thunderclouds. At the same time. 33rd Heaven, Buddhist Dao Field. Xiao Shilai opened his eyes and frowned. He muttered, another 10,000 immortal emperors. How many immortal emperors are hiding in the hidden sect? He remembered that the number of deity realm disciples in the hidden sect was also very exaggerated. Why were there so many powerful disciples in the seemingly low-profile hidden sect? He had been observing the 100-peak Immortal River. It had been tens of thousands of years since it had recruited disciples. Could these disciples be connate lifeforms that Han Ju had casually recruited back then? That was impossible. Even connate lifeforms had differing potentials. To become an immortal emperor after tens of thousands of years was already the potential of a genius. At this moment, the heavenly Dao spirit appeared and said, the heavenly Dao's providence has changed again. Because of these 10,000 hidden sect immortal emperors, the overall providence of the heavenly Dao has increased greatly. If you want to deal with the hidden sect, don't force yourself. The heavenly Dao's rules have already begun to approach them. Qiu Shilai said angrily, you can't control the heavenly Tao and still call yourself the heavenly Tao. I even suspect that you're not the heavenly Tao's true spirit. How can that be? The heavenly Tao spirit said angrily. Xiao Shilai sighed. For some reason, he felt that something was wrong with the heavenly Tao spirit recently. It became more and more vulgar. It did not have the transcendence of the heavenly Tao and was more like a mortal. Chapter 572 Late Stage Primordial Chaos Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Realm. Chapter 572 Late Stage Primordial Chaos Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Realm. The news that the hidden sect had sent 10,000 immortal emperors to reinforce the heavenly race spread throughout the immortal world in a short 100 years. All the forces were shocked. How many mighty cultivators were hidden in the hidden sect? The happiest was naturally Ji Xianchen. The mighty figures above the deity realm were usually busy cultivating, so immortal emperors were the core force. The hidden sect had given them thousands of immortal emperors before. The heavenly race had more than 20,000 immortal emperors, and they were the number one in the immortal world. Ji Xianchen didn't disappoint the 10,000 immortal emperors of the hidden sect. After arranging them, he started a war. These immortal emperors had cultivated diligently in the 100-peak immortal river for tens of thousands of years. They had finally come out and naturally did not want to continue cultivating. They wanted to pursue other things and enrich themselves. Wasn't cultivation meant to be stronger than others? It was best to realize the value of one's strength in war. For a time, the heavenly race fought everywhere. More and more factions lowered their heads. 1,000 years later, the heavenly race had officially declared war on the demons. The Golden Crow Demon Emperor had a backbone and fearlessly accepted the challenge. The battle between the two races was definitely the most intense battle after the heavenly Tao restarted. It spread throughout dozens of regions. On a hill, Han Tua and Yi Tian stood side by side as they looked at the sky. They could see immortals as majestic as mountains suppressing the demons. Han Tua sighed. Why? You're not a demon yourself. Why are you fighting for the demons? Yi Tian smiled. I'm not fighting for the demons. I'm just using their name to fight for Providence. If I'm alone, I'll probably make countless enemies. Now that I'm with the demons, the heavenly race still wants to recruit me. Han Tua rolled his eyes. You really want to learn from the great sage Heaven's equal and become the horsekeeper of the immortal gods? Yi Tian glared at him. What do you mean by being the horsekeeper of the immortal gods? I'm their true master. This was destined from the beginning. He, you make it sound like you're really the son of the heavenly Tao. I told you long ago, but you didn't believe me. If you are the son of the heavenly Tao, why do you need my help occasionally? It's necessary to suffer. You're my brother. If you don't save me, who will? When I become the master of the heavenly Tao, I'll let you be on the same level as me. Well said. I'm not that ambitious. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. To be honest, why are you cultivating? Facing Yi Tian's question, Han Tua fell silent. Any living being had its own goals in cultivation. Han Tua recalled himself and found it difficult to answer. He couldn't help but recall his conversation with his father many years ago. He could no longer remember his father's appearance, but that night, his father had taught him a lot. Han Tua took a deep breath and said, I just want to cultivate. If I'm strong, I'll definitely help the human race, but what I want the most is to be the strongest. He thought of how he had been rejected by the sect master of the hidden sect. He thought of his wife's death and the expectations of his parents. His eyes became firm. As expected of my brother. It's just as I wanted. You can leave first. Don't worry, I won't die here. The heavenly race can't and won't kill me. Yi Tian patted his shoulder and smiled. Han Tua frowned and hesitated for a moment before nodding. He turned around and left, quickly flying towards the horizon. A voice sounded in his ears, this kid might really be the son of the heavenly Tao. His fate is extremely strange. I can't even see through him. It was the Calamities Vengeful. Ever since he subdued the Calamities Vengeful, Han Tuo had relied on it many times to turn the situation around. The cultivation of a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal was absolutely a top expert in the current immortal world. Even a pseudo-sage couldn't insta-kill a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. Han Tuo asked in his mind, where should we go next? Calamities Vengeful said, I think you need to resolve your inner problem. Otherwise, you will find it difficult to enter the deity realm. How? Go to the mortal world. Yes. Hehe, you'll understand when you go. Han Ju opened his eyes and smiled. He entered seclusion for another 1,300 years. He finally had the chance to break through. He did not immediately do it, though. Instead, he checked his emails and cared about his friends. Yes, not bad. No one died. Han Ju saw an email. Your son Han Tuo has descended into the mortal world. Why did this kid go to the mortal world? Han Ju immediately observed Han Tuo and raised his eyebrows. Han Tuo actually married and had children in the mortal world. He had a son and a daughter who were already 4 years old. Good kid, he actually imitated him. Han Tuo's bloodline was already sealed. It fused with mortals and passed down to the next generation. Although his potential was stronger than mortals, it was not that world-shattering Han Ju wasn't interested in his grandchildren. He watched for an hour and started to break through in seclusion. 490 years later, Han Ju successfully broke through. This breakthrough took longer than before. This was normal. After all, this was the Sage Realm. Han Ju checked his attributes list. Name, Han Ju, lifespan, 66,790/982 sextillion 90 quintillion 9 quadrillion 999 trillion 999 billion 999,999,999. Race, primordial fiend celestial, immeasurable emperor, cultivation. Late-stage primordial chaos zenith heaven golden immortal realm, perfect sage, technique, primordial chaos reincarnation great Tao, heavenly cycle body tempering, great Tao of life and death, great Tao of karma, great Tao of extreme origin. His lifespan was refreshed, increasing by nearly 3 times. More than 20,000 years had passed since his last breakthrough. Unknowingly, Han Ju was already a 60,000 years old antique. After breaking through, his dermic powers soared. It took him 20 years to consolidate his cultivation. He used a few months to raise all his Sword Tao mystical powers to the limit. Han Ju was about to cultivate the grand unity aspect and an old immortal called him outside the 100-peak immortal river. The old immortal wore a white robe and had an immortal aura. Holding a horsetail whisk, he bowed towards the 100-peak immortal river. I'm the Golden Star Grand Immortal of the heavenly race. I'm here on the orders of the ancestor to invite the hidden sect to participate in the heavenly peach banquet. His words were heard by all the disciples in the 100-peak immortal river. They were not unfamiliar with the heavenly race. The disciples who had left previously had all gone to reinforce the heavenly ancestor, so in their opinion, the heavenly race was a subsidiary force of the hidden sect. Han Ju's voice sounded, when? In 100 years, in the 13th heaven. Yes, I know. The heavenly race welcomes the immeasurable merit divine might heavenly sage. The Golden Star Grand Immortal's attitude was very humble, giving Han Ju enough face. Although he looked like this, his status in the heavenly race was not low. After waiting for a while and confirming that Han Ju didn't give any instructions, the Golden Star Grand Immortal left. Han Ju called Li Xian'eo over. Li Xian'eo was still at the early stage Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal realm and was already close to the mid-stage. Bring 2 disciples to the Heavenly Peach Banquet in 100 years. Come back after the banquet ends, Han Ju instructed. Li Xianao nodded. Do I choose randomly? Or do I choose from the personal disciples? Choose from the in-name disciples. Understood. Li Xianao left. The reason why Han Ju chose from the in-name disciples was that he hoped to maintain the hidden sect's power. The personal disciples would be the hidden sect's face in the future and couldn't be exposed early. After Li Xianao left, Han Ju looked at the mortal world. Han Tuo was still living in that mortal world. His descendants had passed down from generation to generation and had already become an aristocratic family. However, Han Tuo kept a low profile. The development of the Han family was not too strong. Chapter 573 Attack of the Dark Sage King. Chapter 573 Attack of the Dark Sage King. The current Han family had hundreds of disciples and thousands of servants. Other than Han Tuo, the strongest was only at the nascent soul realm. The Han family seemed to not know Han Tuo's cultivation level and was still in conflict with the other families in the same city. Han Ju retracted his gaze and continued cultivating. He did not approve of the Han family, much less help them. Although they were related by blood, their feelings were close to strangers. Han Ju only wanted to protect Han Tuo. As for the Han family, it depended on whether Han Tuo was willing to protect them. Although cultivation was boring, Han Ju didn't want to find trouble for himself. He began to look forward to what chaotic fiend celestial Dharma idols he could cultivate this time. 10 years later. Han Ju cultivated 14 fiend celestial Dharma idols. They were the strange fiend celestial, 10,000 layer fiend celestial, shattering fiend celestial, firmament fiend celestial, taiji fiend celestial, spoken Dharma fiend celestial, silent fiend celestial, Tao resemblance fiend celestial, mental demon fiend celestial, formless fiend celestial, light devouring fiend celestial, shocking fiend celestial, rain devouring fiend celestial, and Tao stability fiend celestial. He should have continued cultivating, but something happened that interrupted his cultivation. He opened his eyes. In the west of the immortal world, at the end of the world, boundless black mist attacked from the dark forbidden zone. It was majestic and unstoppable. Dozens of mysterious cultivators suddenly appeared and joined forces to attack the black mist. However, their dermic powers dissipated completely when they touched the black mist. It was useless. What's happening? This mist is strange. Could it be that the heavenly devils are attacking again? Looks like I have to report it to the chaotic city. Third Junior, go to the chaotic city immediately. All right. The disciples guarding the Western world were from the Jie school. The cultivators were at least at the deity realm. The leader was even a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. However, even joining forces, they could not slow down the black mist at all. They were shocked. Han Ju looked at the black mist sweeping towards the immortal world from afar and frowned. There was something wrong with the black mist. It was not a heavenly devil, but it looked similar. Could it be the Tao devils of the deity realm of the ruins of End? Han Ju was very puzzled, but he had no intention of doing anything. Even if the sky collapsed, the other sages would hold it up. Indeed. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website myboxnovel.com. Thanks. That day, the South Extreme Heavenly Venerate and Emperor Shao rushed to the edge of the immortal world and used their supreme dermic powers to successfully resist the black mist's approach. However, they only resisted and could not disperse it. Qiu Shilai wants to visit you in your dreams. Do you accept? Qiu Shilai wants to visit you in your dreams. Do you accept? This fellow began to spam again. It had been a long time since this happened. It was probably related to the black mist outside the immortal world. Han Ju thought for a moment and still chose to accept it. After entering the dream, Qiu Shilai immediately said anxiously, "The Dark Sage King is attacking. You have to help. We heavenly Tao sages are not his match." The Dark Sage King. Han Ju asked, who said that? Li Mui. He was attacked by the Dark Sage King. He said that the Dark Sage King might be chasing after him. Really? Han Ju did not believe it. He had calculated that the Dark Sage King was still far from attacking the immortal world. Really? All right. Han Ju removed the dream and his consciousness returned to reality. I want to know the origins of the black mist attacking the immortal world. 70 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. A figure appeared in Han Ju's mind, and a line of words appeared in front of him. Luo Ho, perfected freedom sage, ancestor of the devil race, immeasurable emperor, son of the heavenly Tao, Tao ancestor's fiend body, why was it him? Han Ju was so frightened that he immediately sat down and didn't dare to go and help. How could he deal with a perfected freedom sage? Wait. How could Li Mui be mistaken? Could it be that Luo Ho was closely related to the Dark Sage King? Han Ju continued to ask, why are Qiu Shilai and Li Mui saying that the black mist attacking the immortal world is the Dark Sage King? 4 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Han Ju entered the dream and came to Li Mui's Dao field. Li Mui and Qiu Shilai sat opposite each other with solemn expressions. Li Mui asked in a low voice, really? Yes, under the heavenly Tao spirit's lead, I have already found the Tao ancestor's fiend body. However, Luo Ho has his own will. For the Tao ancestor's sake, he's willing to help us eliminate Han Ju. He only needs to lure him out, Qiu Shilai said in a low voice. Li Mui's eyes flickered. Qiu Shilai said, compared to me, Han Ju is a greater threat. He alone is enough to overturn us sages. After I fuse with the heavenly Tao, I will transcend sooner or later. You and I will enter the deity realm of the ruins of N together. No matter what, we are still fellow disciples from the Tao sect. What is Han Ju? A chaotic fiend celestial? Li Mui asked, then, how can we trick him to go out? I can tell now. Unless he has no choice, Han Ju will never leave the immortal world. We will create another heavenly devil calamity and lure him out. In order to increase the credibility, say that it's your enemy, the Dark Sage King. No matter how strong the Dark Sage King is, he didn't kill you. Han Ju should be able to judge. Qiu Shilai said seriously and smiled. Li Mui sighed. You really see through him. Qiu Shilai smiled. As long as he goes out, he will definitely die. The dream shattered. Han Ju opened his eyes and almost cursed. They actually plotted against me. However, it had to be said that this trap was indeed very strong and invulnerable. If Han Ju didn't have the derivation function, he might have asked Qiu Shilai first. After confirming it, he might really attack the black mist to protect the immortal world. What a pity. You sages will never be able to outwit me. Han Ju's eyes turned ruthless. Great. Since you want to target me, don't blame me for being impolite. Han Ju directly sent a dream to Li Mui. In the dream, Li Mui saw Han Ju appear and couldn't help but stand up. Is it really the Dark Sage King? Han Ju asked. Li Mui smiled bitterly. That's right. He's very strong. I'm afraid only you can deal with him in the entire immortal world. What about Heavenly Venerate Wufa? Heavenly Venerate Wufa is not your match, anyway. That's true. Han Ju remained silent. Li Mui stared at him. Han Ju asked again, are you sure it's the Dark Sage King? Can I deal with him? Li Mui hesitated. The Dark Sage King should be similar to the previous Tao Heavenly Devil. I can't be sure that you can kill him, but only you have the strength. This fellow was actually pushing him by saying this. Han Ju almost died of anger. As expected of a sage, he acted really well. I'll consider it. With that, Han Ju left the dream. Without another word, he continued cultivating the grand unity aspect. He had to become stronger before dealing with these two dogs. Outside the immortal world, the South Extreme Heavenly Venerate and Emperor Shao were still resisting the black mist. The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate asked in a low voice, "Why aren't the other sages here yet?" Emperor Shao frowned. "I'm not sure." Xiao Shilai went to find Han Ju for help. At the mention of Han Ju, the anxious expression on the South Extreme Heavenly Venerate's face softened. After experiencing the Heavenly Devil calamity, Han Ju was the strongest in the South Extreme Heavenly Venerate's heart. If Han Ju took action, this calamity should be resolved. At the same time, Xiao Shilai and Li Mui were also waiting. Time passed. Several days later, Han Ju had yet to appear. Xiao Shilai and Li Mui panicked. Was Han Ju this cowardly? Chapter 574 Killing a Sage and Capturing Another. Chapter 574 Killing a Sage and Capturing Another. Han Ju didn't think about Li Mui and Xiao Shilai's mental fluctuations. He focused on cultivating. Xiao Shilai didn't dare to visit his dreams anymore, afraid that he would expose himself if he was too eager. A year later, Xiao Shilai couldn't help but visit Han Ju in his dreams again. In the end, he was ignored. At this moment, he realized that his plan had failed. Han Ju was definitely terrified. Xiao Shilai cursed silently and had no choice but to let the heavenly Tao spirit tell Luo Ho to retreat. Luo Ho seemed to have his own ambitions. He only retreated after several months of stalemate. The sages finally heaved a sigh of relief. Xiao Shilai and Li Mui sensed that something was wrong and stopped sending dreams to Han Ju. After 89 years, Han Ju finally ended his cultivation after being unable to cultivate a new Fiend Celestial Dharma idol. He gained 36 new Fiend Celestial Dharma idols. They were the Common Fiend Celestial, Concentrated Fiend Celestial, Extreme Speed Fiend Celestial, Fantasy Fiend Celestial, Captive Sleep Fiend Celestial, Annihilation Fiend Celestial, Time Event Fiend Celestial, Savagery Fiend Celestial, Thousand Faces Fiend Celestial, Grand Light Fiend Celestial, Dark Numbness Fiend Celestial, Infinite Fiend Celestial, Unbeatable Fiend Celestial, Screech Fiend Celestial, Soul Taker Fiend Celestial, Delusion Fiend Celestial, Strength Fiend Celestial, Inauspicious Fiend Celestial, Immeasurable Fiend Celestial, Heavenly Cycle Fiend Celestial, Chaotic Fiend Celestial, Rotten Flames Fiend Celestial, Plague Fiend Celestial, Emperor Fiend Celestial, Emperor Fiend Celestial, Ultimate Pain Fiend Celestial, Loyalty Fiend Celestial, Black and White Fiend Celestial, Ancient Fiend Celestial, Future Fiend Celestial, Traversal Fiend Celestial, Tidal Origin Fiend Celestial, Purification Fiend Celestial, Unceasing Fiend Celestial, Confusion Fiend Celestial, and Life Fiend Celestial. During this breakthrough, he had accumulated 50 Fiend Celestials, totaling 174 Fiend Celestial Dharma idols. Han Ju originally thought that he would be able to learn more Fiend Celestial Dharma idols during this breakthrough. He didn't expect this. He entered the simulation trial to adapt to the power of these Fiend Celestial Dharma idols. Several months later, he discovered that the strongest was actually the Strength Fiend Celestial. It could break through all techniques with one move. Coupled with the heavenly constellation Fiend Celestial, it was extremely violent and could even be described as invincible. Tao Heavenly Devil and Heavenly Venerate Wufa could no longer withstand a single blow from Han Ju. His strength soared. Han Ju began to nurture the Fiend Celestial Qi in his body while thinking about how to deal with Xiao Shilai and Li Mui. That's right. He had to punish them. It was easy for him to control these two sages now. Should he use the primordial heavenly prison? Should he just kill him? Han Ju was a little hesitant. If he directly killed the two sages, the existence behind them would definitely notice. No, he had to kill one and subdue the other to serve as a warning. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Calm, thanks. Otherwise, the other sages would also find trouble with him in the future. Han Ju's eyes narrowed. He slowly stood up. The sun and moon yin-yang protection emitted a dazzling divine light. He came to the 33rd heaven and flew straight towards Li Mui's palace. He didn't conceal his aura. His appearance alerted the other sages. Looking at Han Ju landing in front of Li Mui's Dao field, the sages were nervous. If he and Li Mui joined forces, they were afraid. Han Ju waved his hand and directly broke through the palace door. The array formation of the sage Dao field shattered. Han Ju, what are you doing? Li Mui shouted in anger. He pulled out his sword and prepared to fight. Han Ju said coldly, I didn't want to kill you. However, since you're plotting against me, don't blame me for being impolite. He directly condensed two chaotic fiend celestial Dharma idols. They were the heavenly constellation fiend celestial and the strength fiend celestial. The two fiend celestial Dharma idols were extremely majestic and had terrifying postures. They waved their right fists together. The punch was domineering. The sage Dao field directly exploded and turned into nothingness. A terrifying wind wreaked havoc in the 33rd heaven. Li Mui raised his sword and used his mystical power to block. However, just as he did it, his body was directly obliterated. The other sages were shocked. They didn't understand why Han Ju attacked Li Mui, but they couldn't stand by and watch. What if it was their turn next? Qiu Shilai's expression darkened as he panicked. Could it be that their plan had been exposed? Impossible. Unless Han Ju recognized Luo Ho. Han Ju raised his hand and grabbed Li Mui's sage soul. Shocked, Li Mui struggled hard, but he felt a powerful force restraining him, preventing him from escaping. Not only that, but the surrounding space was also imprisoned. He couldn't move at all. Impossible. Li Mui panicked completely. He knew that Han Ju was very strong, but he didn't expect him to be so powerful. He even suspected that Han Ju was already a freedom sage or even stronger. Han Ju snorted. The black mist that attacked the immortal world previously was not the dark sage at all, but Luo Ho. Qiu Shilai and Li Mui plotted to trick me out. Today, I'll kill Li Mui as a warning to others, lest you still dare to scheme against me in the future. Just because I don't deal with you doesn't mean that I'm afraid of you. Han Ju directly used the Devour Fiend Celestial to devour Li Mui's sage soul, not giving him a chance to revive. The Devour Fiend Celestial could absorb the enemy's soul and body to strengthen himself. However, Han Ju had only learned the Dharma idol. After devouring Li Mui, the increase in his cultivation was almost negligible. After Li Mui died, he looked at Qiu Shilai. Moved, Qiu Shilai hurriedly said, I can explain this to you. Han Ju, don't forget. I helped you in the previous calamity. Han Ju instantly appeared in front of him. Qiu Shilai subconsciously used his mystical power, and golden light burst out from his body. He was like a golden bell, majestic and divine. Boom! Han Ju shattered the golden bell with his palm and grabbed Qiu Shilai. The heavenly constellation Fiend Celestial and the strength Fiend Celestial punched out at the same time, crushing Qiu Shilai's body with absolute domineering power. Han Ju used the power of the imprisonment Fiend Celestial to suppress Qiu Shilai's sage soul and then disappeared from the 33rd heaven. The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate, Sect Master Tian Ju, Emperor Shao, Fuxician, and Heavenly Venerate Wufa were all stunned. They heard Han Ju's words clearly. Was the black mist caused by Qiu Shilai and Li Mui? No wonder they said that they wanted to find Han Ju. In the end, Han Ju didn't attack and the black mist still dissipated. Apart from Heavenly Venerate Wufa, the other four sages had extremely complicated emotions. They felt lucky, but also a chill. No matter what, Qiu Shilai and Li Mui were considered sages of the same batch as them. Inside the Taoist temple, Han Ju suppressed Qiu Shilai's soul in the primordial heavenly prison. The other party no longer cared about his face and kept begging for mercy. He didn't have the bearing of a sage at all. Han Ju ignored him and patiently waited for the time to pass. After begging for several hours, Qiu Shilai finally calmed down. Since Han Ju didn't kill him, he still had hope. Han Ju called Zhang Ju in to guard Qiu Shilai's soul to prevent him from escaping. At the same time, the news of Han Ju killing 2 sages spread among the major factions in the immortal world. There were not only sages in the 33rd heaven, but also many Dao seekers. There were even disciples of the various major factions in the chaotic city. 13th heaven. Li Daokong and Li Xian'eo gathered in a hall. Li Xian'eo smiled bitterly. I didn't expect Master to die, Li Daokong sighed. Li Muyi was the master who raised them, and Han Ju was their new master. They couldn't say anything. Master probably did something. Otherwise, Sect Master wouldn't have attacked in anger. You should know his personality, Li Xian'eo said helplessly. Li Daokong glanced at him. Although he knew that Li Xian'eo was telling the truth and that Han Ju was indeed not a bloodthirsty person, this junior brother deliberately spoke for Han Ju in such a situation. It was quite disappointing this useless junior only knew how to take sides. Chapter 575 Heavenly Change, Kundi. Chapter 575 Heavenly Change, Kundi. Master has died and the human school is leaderless. Senior, the human school has yet to choose the next eldest disciple. This is your chance. Li Xian'eo seemed to have thought of something as his eyes lit up. Li Daokong snorted. We're no longer disciples of the human school. You are not allowed to attack them. Even without your master, do you think the human school will disperse? Li Xian'eo frowned. Li Daokong shook his head. Junior, your vision is still too narrow. A Providence sect is not as simple as you think. Otherwise, why would the Buddhist sect and the Jie school always revive and reorganize after scattering? Li Xian'eo frowned even more. Li Daokong ignored him and walked out of the hall. He faced the east and bowed slightly. He was a pseudo-sage and had already sensed that Li Muyi's karma with him had been severed. This meant that he was really dead. No matter how they had conflicted in the past, without Li Muyi, Li Daokong would not be here today. Li Daokong could only bow. He couldn't kill Han Ju for Li Muyi. When Li Muyi hunted him down, only Han Ju was willing to take him in the entire immortal world. The world is changing, Li Daokong muttered to himself as he narrowed his eyes. He seemed to see the 33rd heaven in chaos. 2,000 years passed. Primordial heavenly prison has successfully enslaved the target. Qiu Shilai has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, max. Han Ju opened his eyes and smiled in satisfaction. He stared at him. Qiu Shilai seemed to have a dream. He opened his eyes and looked at Han Ju. He hurriedly stood up and bowed. Recalling the past, he was filled with guilt. Sorry. For some reason, I actually. Sigh. Han Ju smiled. It's all in the past. Is the heavenly Dao spirit still around? In the process of enslaving Qiu Shilai, he also gave him an absolute purification, but it was unknown if he had destroyed the heavenly Dao spirit. Qiu Shilai replied, the heavenly Dao insignia in my body has already been removed, but the heavenly Dao spirit is still there. I have never been able to capture it. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. Han Ju frowned. In that case, the heavenly Dao spirit was still his great enemy. If the heavenly Dao spirit still comes to find you, act according to the situation. Don't directly expose our relationship, Han Ju said seriously. Qiu Shilai nodded. Then, Han Ju moved him to the 33rd heaven and asked Zhang Ju to leave. Seeing that Qiu Shilai returned to the Dao field, the other sages came looking for him. "Hanju let you go? I thought you were dead. Since you're alive, what about Li Mui? TSK, you actually survived. What a pity. Is what Hanju said true? You really found Luo Ho?" Facing the sage's questions, Qiu Shilai's expression was calm. He sighed and said, "Fellow Daoist Li Mui is already dead. It's all my fault for finding him to scheme against Hanju. What Hanju said is true. We indeed found Luo Ho. This is our fault. The reason why Hanju let me go is that I protected his disciple in the previous calamity. I will be grounded and reflect on myself." With that, he turned around and returned to his Dao field. The other sages looked at each other and did not speak for a long time. Was Qiu Shilai giving in? They knew him too well. This was extraordinary. What method did Hanju use? On the other side, a line of words appeared in front of Hanju. Kundi has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 4 stars, Kundi. What a familiar name. Hanju immediately checked his interpersonal relationships. Kundi, great Tao sage, immeasurable emperor, founder of the Buddhist sect. Because you severed his karma with Qiu Shilai, he has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 4 stars, Jade Bodhi was the primordial ancestor of the Buddhist sect and Kundi was the founder. What was the relationship between the two? Hanju had heard of Kundi on earth before. It was the sect master of the Western world, which was also the Buddhist sect. Those legends should be the projections of the sage's heavens. They might not be true, but there were clues. Hanju didn't panic at all. The Dao Field's array formation had already been raised to the great Dao Sage realm. It could even block the prying of a great Dao Supreme. It was extremely stable. Why didn't Li Mui's backing develop hatred towards Hanju? Could it be that he was too heartless? Hanju stopped thinking and continued cultivating. He couldn't cultivate in peace for the past 2,000 years. Even with Zhang around, he was afraid that Qiu Shilai would suddenly escape. He should cultivate well next. Hanju was already addicted to cultivating. If he didn't enter seclusion for a period of time, he would feel uncomfortable all over. Under the Fusang tree, the disciples cultivated separately. Dao Comprehension Sword opened her eyes and complained, "You always rely on brute force." Tu Linger smiled proudly. "I'm from the Magus race. I have the bloodline of the ancestral Magus. Breaking all techniques with brute force is the inheritance of our Magus race." The two women had just experienced a simulation trial when Dao Comprehension Sword was defeated again. Dao Comprehension Sword was about to speak when the Fusang tree suddenly shook violently, startling the disciples under the tree. The Black Hell Chicken asked, "What's wrong with you?" The Fusang tree replied, "The Kiliacosm world I connected to is gone. The spatial tunnel has also closed." The Kiliacosm world was gone. Long Hao asked, "Should I tell Master?" The Black Hell Chicken glared at him and said angrily, "Does the Kiliacosm world belong to Master? Don't disturb Master's cultivation if there's nothing." It looked at the Fusang tree and said, "Has this affected you?" "No. I was just shocked." "Stop making a fuss. I think you're a woman." "What do you mean?" The Black Hell Chicken was about to explain when it suddenly felt the gazes of Li Yao, Dao Comprehension Sword, Tu Linger, and Xiao Air. Frightened, it hurriedly shut up. This small incident didn't affect Hanju. Under the white clouds in the sky, the mountains rose and fell. Mountain ranges were like the ridges of dragons crawling on the ground. Some strange mountains and forests were magnificent. Rows of flying beasts circled above the forest, and the roars of ferocious beasts and demon beasts came from time to time. At the top of a straight mountain was a Taoist temple. The Taoist temple was very simple. Colorful flowers were planted beside it. At this moment, a middle-aged man was kneeling in front of the Taoist temple. "Father, the Han family really needs your help. You've never helped us. Do you really want the Han family to be wiped out?" The middle-aged man cried in grievance. The door to the Taoist temple suddenly opened. Han Tuo slowly walked out. He was still so young. Compared to the middle-aged man, he was more like a son. Seeing Han Tuo come out, the middle-aged man crawled forward excitedly. Han Tuo frowned, his eyes filled with disappointment. He was too disappointed in his son. He always came to trouble him. He had traveled the world alone and reached his current realm. Han Tuo said, "I'll help you one last time. Choose a disciple from the family and I'll impart my cultivation technique to him. From now on, I'll leave this world. You can rely on yourselves in the future." Hearing this, the middle-aged man was moved and asked carefully, "Where are you going? Can you bring the Han family along?" Han Tuo snorted. "What Han family? You created it for your own selfish desires. You're far inferior to your younger sister. That's all. Don't force me to change my mind." Chapter 576 Birth of the Famous Race, Heavenly Venerate Xian Du. Chapter 576 Birth of the Famous Race, Heavenly Venerate Xian Du. Han Tuo's tone was very dissatisfied. The middle-aged man hurriedly apologized. The father and son chatted for a while more before the middle-aged man left and went back to choose a suitable disciple. Han Tuo looked at his departing figure and sighed. Every time he saw his children, Han Tuo would always think of his late wife. The reason why he came to the mortal world to get married and have children was only to train and for his state of mind to become clearer. His previous wife in the immortal world had died in the hands of the enemy, while the wife of the mortal world had died of old age. Han Tuo had thought that their life would be simple. He didn't expect his children to want to pursue the immortal Tao like him. At first, Han Tuo still had expectations for his children. However, his son had taken a different path and was filled with desire for power. Instead, his daughter had been pursuing the Tao calmly. Han Tuo suddenly thought of his father. What did Han Ju think of him back then? Thinking of Han Ju's words, he was a little confused. Could it be that he was really not a qualified father? "Father, if you were still alive, perhaps." "Sigh, it's all my fault for not finding the immortality pill for you in time," Han Tuo muttered to himself. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. After staying in the mortal world for so long, it was time to return. Half a month later, the middle-aged man brought a youth up the mountain. Han Tuo let the youth enter the Taoist temple. The youth knelt on the ground respectfully. Although he was only 13 or 14 years old, his bearing was very stable. For some reason, Han Tuo inexplicably thought of his younger self. He really looked like him. Han Tuo began to teach him the Tao technique. 300 years passed. Han Ju opened his eyes. He had finally relaxed in the past 300 years, and his mood had finally become happy. He stood up and decided to preach the Tao for the hidden sect. It had been thousands of years since he had preached the Tao. It was time. Prepare to listen to the Tao. Han Ju's voice resounded throughout the 100-peak immortal river. All the disciples came out of seclusion. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website myboxnovel.com. Thanks. He still preached the great Tao of extreme origin for 100 years. 100 years later, Han Ju stopped preaching and looked down at the 100-peak immortal river. After so many years, some new prodigies still appeared in the hidden sect. Most of the personal disciples also took in disciples. Even the black hell chicken. Han Ju predicted that after 100,000 years, other than the nether race, at least 5,000 deity realm experts would appear in the hidden sect. If 100 zenith heaven golden immortals appeared in 10 million years, there should be hope. There might not even be 100 Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals in the entire immortal world, so it could be imagined how powerful the hidden sect would be 10 million years later. However, 10 million years was too long. Hanju was still charging towards 100,000 years. Sometimes, having good potential would also cause trouble, but one would find that time was too slow. After speaking, Hanju returned to the Taoist temple. He opened the emails and checked them. He didn't read them for a long time and did not know how his friends were doing. Your good friend Evil Heavenly Emperor was suppressed by your enemy Kundi and was severely injured. Your son Han Tua accidentally entered the 9 Nether Purgatory. Your good friend Li Dao Kong was attacked by your good friend Jiang Dugu. Your good friend Shi Dudao was attacked by your good friend Li Dao Kong. Your good friend Evil Heavenly Emperor has received guidance from a mysterious mighty figure. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Jing Tiangong created the Darkness sect. Your good friend Emperor Shao was cursed by a mysterious curse. How could the Evil Heavenly Emperor provoke Kundi? Hanju was puzzled. Most importantly, the Evil Heavenly Emperor could still survive. Did he hesitate to kill the Evil Heavenly Emperor? He could test the waters. In any case, Kundi was his enemy. Furthermore, it had been hundreds of years since he had enslaved Xiu Shilai. Hanju continued reading. This was not the first time Jing Tiangong established the Darkness sect. After leaving the Jie school, he seemed to be having a rough time. Hanju hesitated to directly recruit Jing Tiangong. Forget it. If he needed the identity of the Dark Forbidden Lord in the future, he could not expose it in advance. Hanju looked down. Most of his good friends outside began to become active. The former immortal world had completely returned. After closing the emails, Hanju extended his sage sense and observed the entire immortal world. The 3 regions near the 100-peak immortal river were already densely covered in living beings. Most of the living beings were in the form of humans after transforming. However, the humans lived very hard in the immortal world and had already become a small race. They could only survive in a region divided by the heavenly race. Apart from the demons, the strongest race in the current immortal world should be the famous race. They were acting like the demons. They proclaimed that all living beings in the world with a certain amount of fame could enter the famous race. The demons were now led by the heavenly race and did not dare to anger them. They were fighting with the famous race for the throne. From then on, the dragon race had risen again. Perhaps because of the sage position, more and more mighty figures traveled the world and spread their Tao techniques. More than 100 Providence sects were born. Almost every Providence sect had a divine realm mighty figure or even a pseudo-sage. Hanju observed for several hours before retracting his gaze. He looked at the mortal world that Han Tua had stayed in. The Han family that Han Tua had left behind had already migrated and were still being hunted down. It was a little desolate. This brat is really heartless. He's really like his father, Hanju muttered to himself. Although the Han family's situation was tragic, it was not to the extent of being wiped out. There were many disciples in the family whose potential surpassed mortals, but they were too young and did not have time to grow. With a thought, Hanju moved the Han family to a safe forest and isolated them from the world. He hoped that they wouldn't cause trouble and cultivated in peace. Then, he closed his eyes and continued cultivating outside the 33rd heaven. Xiu Shilai, Heavenly Venerate Wufa, South Extreme Heavenly Venerate, Fuxician, Sect Master Tianju, Emperor Shao, and Empress Huda gathered in Li Mui's Dao field. The sages were nervous as they looked at a light hole floating in the air. Lightning silently flickered, dazzling and strange. Empress Huda couldn't help but ask, "Who will come?" Sect Master Tianju said calmly, "I'm not sure. If the Grand Supreme Sage didn't take in a new disciple in the deity realm of the ruins of End, that senior should have come." Empress Huda frowned. The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate looked at Xiu Shilai and asked, "Why are you so calm?" Li Muyi died because of you. If he had no intention, how could he agree to my plan? I can't force him. Xiao Shilai shook his head. Sect Master Tian Ju snorted. The other sages also could not stand Xiao Shilai. This fellow was really shameless. At this moment, a vast pressure spread out from the cave. A white-haired grey-robed elder walked out. He held a horsetail whisk, and a long sword that emitted a green light floated behind him. At the end of the sword hilt was a small lotus throne. Apart from Empress Hudu and Fuxishan, the other sages bowed and said in unison, "Greetings, Heavenly Venerate Xian Du." Heavenly Venerate Xian Du's expression was indifferent as he said, "I already know about the Heavenly Tao's situation. The Grand Supreme Sage asked me to control the human school. I hope that you won't make things difficult for the human school in the future." Of course, the sages replied again. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du looked at Xiao Shilai and asked, "Why did you sever your karma with that person?" Xiao Shilai replied, "I was caught by Han Ju. I had no choice. My heart is still with the Buddhist sect." Heavenly Venerate Xian Du's eyes suddenly filled with deep meaning, as if he was seeing through him. Chapter 577 70,000 Years Old, Heaven Opening Acts. Chapter 577 70,000 Years Old, Heaven Opening Acts. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du retracted his gaze and faced the sages. He said slowly, "I have my own conclusion regarding Li Mui's death. The most important thing now is to stabilize the Heavenly Tao's providence. Recently, the providence has been in chaos. Order needs to be consolidated. No more trouble is allowed for the time being." The sages heaved a sigh of relief. This suited their intentions. They didn't want to fight with Han Ju. They even felt that Han Ju was not weaker than Heavenly Venerate Xian Du. The outcome also proved this. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du did not dare to compete with him. Then, Heavenly Venerate Xian Du stopped being polite and raised his hand to signal the sages to leave. After the sages left, the south extreme Heavenly Venerate found Empress Hudu and said, "Your karma with Han Ju is the deepest. What do you think he feels towards us?" The other sages also surrounded him. Xiao Shilai and Heavenly Venerate Wufa were secretly vigilant. If Empress Hudu dared to be disrespectful to Han Ju, they would scheme against her. After experiencing the primordial heavenly prison, they were absolutely loyal to Han Ju, but they wouldn't lose their personality, and thinking this change was very terrifying. Even sages couldn't realize this. Empress Huda replied, "How would I know? However, if you don't target him, he shouldn't care about you. This child has the great Tao in his heart and doesn't have time to scheme against others. You have also figured out Li Mui's death. If it were you, what would you do?" Thinking of something, she said meaningfully, "Han Ju can see through Qiu Shilai and Li Mui's schemes. It's worth thinking about. His mystical power is far beyond ours." With that said, Empress Huda vanished. The sages looked at each other. 690 years later. Han Ju opened his eyes, and lines of words appeared in front of him. "Detected that you are 70,000 years old and your life has taken another step forward. You have the following choices. 1. Go to the deity realm of the ruins of End immediately and unify the great Tao. You can obtain a sage-level Tao field guard, a great Tao fragment, a supreme treasure, and a mystical power inheritance. 2. Cultivate in a low-profile manner and stay away from conflict. Maintain your original intention. You can obtain a great Tao fragment, a mystical power inheritance, and a supreme treasure." Han Ju cursed silently. The dog system was luring him again. He directly chose the second option. You chose to cultivate in a low-profile manner and obtained a great Tao fragment, a mystical power inheritance, and a supreme treasure. Congratulations on obtaining the mystical power Dharma Idol Fusion Technique, Dharma Idol Fusion Technique, Special Mystical Power. You can fuse the Dharma Idol you cast into the main body and fuse the two powers into one. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. Congratulations on obtaining the Chaotic Supreme Treasure, Heaven Opening Axe, Chaotic Supreme Treasure, one of the Birth Dharma treasures of the Chaotic Fiend Celestial Pangu. It has the power to devour the providence of the Chaotic Fiend Celestials and can split the world. Heaven Opening Axe. Han Ju's eyes widened. What level was a Chaotic Supreme Treasure? In Han Ju's understanding, Dharma treasures were divided into numinous treasures and supreme treasures according to the major realms. Zenith Heaven Numinous Treasure, Zenith Heaven Supreme Treasure, Heavenly Tao Numinous Treasure, Heavenly Tao Supreme Treasure, Freedom Numinous Treasure, Freedom Supreme Treasure. Could the Chaotic Supreme Treasure be higher than the Freedom Realm? Han Ju felt dizzy from the immense happiness. Was this an invincible cheat? On second thought, Pangu did not only have the Heaven Opening Axe, and the Tao Ancestor also had the Jade Slip of Creation. If they had such a supreme treasure before attaining the Tao, wouldn't it be even more of a cheat? Han Ju was curious and asked, "System, how did you collect these supreme treasures? Could it be that the system was formed by the Tao Ancestor?" Han Ju couldn't help but suspect the system's origin. The system is only a support. You need to be strong enough to understand the system's origin. The system doesn't know its own origin currently. The system's answer was still so firm and emotionless. However, this made Han Ju relax. It would be terrifying if the system had its own will. Of course, the system might be pretending now, but Han Ju chose to believe it. If not for it, he wouldn't be here today. In any case, he had been cultivating in peace. It was fine as long as the system did not lure him out. Apart from the Heaven Opening Axe, the Dharma Idol fusion technique was also very strong. It was unknown how many Dharma idols he could fuse at the same time. This technique was completely suitable for the grand unity aspect. Its level was immeasurable. The stronger the Dharma idol mystical power, the stronger it was. Han Ju first took out the Heaven Opening Axe and prepared to make it recognize him as its owner. The Heaven Opening Axe was larger than his entire body. The body of the axe was vast, and tiny figures were carved on it. Their postures were different as if they were in a chaotic battle. Holding the Heaven Opening Axe, Han Ju felt that it was heavy and almost couldn't hold it steady. He was a primordial chaos Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal, but he couldn't hold it steady. As expected of a chaotic supreme treasure, Han Ju began to make it recognize him as its owner. After a year, the Heaven Opening Axe finally recognized him as its owner. It was even harder than the Killing Tao token. Han Ju continued to inherit the Dharma Idol fusion technique. Several days later, he grasped this technique and began the simulation trial. He directly fused with the heavenly constellation Fiend Celestial Dharma Idol and wielded the Heaven Opening Axe. He killed Heavenly Venerate Wuxia with one strike. He began the trial again. This time, he fused with the heavenly constellation Fiend Celestial and the strength Fiend Celestial. His strength increased again, and he easily killed Heavenly Venerate Wuxia. Han Ju kept trying. He discovered that fusing with the Fiend Celestial Dharma Idol was not the result of completely overlapping. Most of the chaotic Fiend Celestial's powers were fundamentally different. The Dharma Idol fusion technique only fused the advantages. After fusing with the same type of Fiend Celestial power, it was not the effect of 1 + 1 = 2. For example, the heavenly constellation Fiend Celestial and the strength Fiend Celestial combined were only equivalent to 1 + 1 = 1. 5, but this was already not bad. Han Ju was very satisfied. He could at most fuse with 5 Fiend Celestial Dharma idols and master the power of these Fiend Celestials. Any more and his body wouldn't be able to withstand it. Han Ju continued to enjoy the battle. He wanted to completely master the Dharma idol fusion technique and try the effect of fusing different Fiend Celestial Dharma idols together. In a mysterious space, figures that shone with different lights appeared out of thin air. They all looked in the same direction. It was a point of light that looked like stars changing in the darkness. This great Tao is becoming stronger again. This growth speed is extraordinary. Is it derived from nature or is it an own great Tao? I'm not sure. I can't see through it. Observe again. I keep feeling that this great Tao will affect the chaos. I think so, too. These figures discussed in low voices. After a while, they vanished again. The point of light in the darkness still shone lonely as it continued to strengthen itself. Time passed quickly. 834 years passed. Han Ju, who was cultivating, suddenly heard a cry. It didn't come from the 100-peak immortal river but from the distant mortal world. Ancestor Han Tuo, I beg you to show yourself. Our Han family is about to be wiped out. Can you really bear to sit by and watch? Why can other families invite immortals from the upper world? Our Han family has an immortal god ancestor, but he ignores us. Why? Why? Our Han family has been wandering for more than 1,000 years, struggling at death's door. Why won't the heavens spare us? The voice was filled with despair. Han Ju looked over and saw that in a barren mountain range, a youth was kneeling on the ground and roaring at the sky. Tears kept falling. Many corpses could be seen lying around him. Han Ju could deduce at a glance that those corpses were the children of the Han family. He looked at Han Tuo again. At this moment, Han Tuo was imprisoned in the 9 nether purgatory and was enduring the burning of the 9 nether flame. He was in extreme pain. Chapter 578 Ancestors Ancestor, Mysterious Attack. Chapter 578 Ancestors Ancestor, Mysterious Attack. Han Ju didn't pity or care about Han Tuo's encounter. It was fine as long as this kid didn't die. In life, how could there be no danger or tribulation? Han Ju calculated. No sage was plotting against Han Tuo behind his back. However, he couldn't escape this predicament for the time being. Han Ju placed his gaze on the young man from the Han family who was crying. Originally, he didn't care about him. The reason why he went to check on him was mainly that this kid looked too similar to him. Yes, similar. This youth looked to be 16 or 17 years old and was extremely handsome. Han Ju had also used a spell to look at his own face and knew his appearance. This kid was simply made from the same mold as him. He was even more like Han Ju than Han Tuo. Of course, compared to Han Ju, he was still inferior. Because of his similar looks, Han Ju liked this kid. What was this? Inherited genes? How many generations apart was he? In the wilderness, thunderclouds filled the sky. Han Yu knelt in front of his parents' corpses. He had already cried until his throat was hoarse. The reason he cried was not that he was afraid, but because he was angry. He was angry that his ancestor had left him alone. He was angry that he was too weak and angry that the heavens were unfair. After his emotions dissipated, Han Yu looked at the corpses on the ground and fell silent. A red light rose in the sky like fireworks. It was the enemy's spell signal. He had been discovered. 5 minutes ago, he had rushed here. It was already like this. The enemy had already left. Now, he had returned to kill him. He wanted to eradicate the Han family. Han Yu was filled with anger, and his eyes became determined. If this is my Han family's fate, I will die with them. Han Yu muttered to himself and slowly closed his eyes. Swish! A piercing sound could be heard as Han Yu's chest was pierced by a sharp sword. Blood splattered on the corpse beside him. Cultivators flew over on their swords. Their auras were like a rainbow as they quickly surrounded him. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBoxNovel. Thanks. The blue-robed man in the lead looked down at Han Yu and said, "You should be the son of the Han family, Han Yu. You're indeed talented. Unfortunate. If you weren't a disciple of the Han family, I could still take you in as a son-in-law. You must die today. The grudge between our families should end here. Clang, the blue-robed man pulled out a soft sword from his sleeve. The blade quickly burned with flames, illuminating the dark world that seemed like night. Han Yu grabbed the sword with his bare hand and pulled it out. Boom! The black clouds churned even more violently as thunder rumbled. He still wants to resist. TSK, the Han family has always claimed that they have an immortal god ancestor. They are inferior to our Wang family's ancestor. At the very least, our Wang family's ancestor appeared and taught our disciples Tao techniques. The Han family deserved what happened to them today. When they were strong back then, they also wiped us out. Hurry up and kill him. What are you afraid of? Can anyone save him now? The cultivators discussed. Some urged, some cursed, and some mocked. The blue-robed man waved his sword down. The blade transformed into firebirds that were dozens of feet wide. They swooped down at Han Yu as if they wanted to burn all the corpses in the area. Han Yu looked calmly at the firebirds that filled the sky. He had already accepted the outcome of the Han family being wiped out. Under his gaze, the dozens of firebirds suddenly dissipated. The thunderclouds in the sky parted and wisps of sunlight shone on Han Yu. In an instant, Han Yu felt as if a lifetime had passed. Humph, who said that the Han family's ancestor is inferior to your Wang family's ancestor? A cold snort sounded. The Wang family cultivators felt as if they were struck by lightning. Their entire bodies trembled, their eyes losing color. Han Yu's pupils slowly widened. Under his gaze, the Wang family cultivators turned to dust. Han Ju attacked. Killing these mortals involved only a thought. However, he still showed mercy and let their souls fall into the cycle of reincarnation without dissipating. Han Ju had already attained the Tao. Only existences stronger than him could make him worry. He wouldn't feel guilty about killing some mortals. Han Yu came back to his senses and asked excitedly, "Is it Ancestor Han Tuo?" Ancestor appeared. Han Ju's voice sounded, "Han Tuo. I'm tens of thousands of years older than him." He didn't directly reveal his identity. If Han Tuo knew, he would think that he was an ancestor. In Han Tuo's understanding, Han Ju should have parents. There must be other Han family members above. Han Yu was stunned. In the family tree, Han Tuo was the father of the creator and was already the ancestor with the highest seniority. Unexpectedly. Many years later, Han Yu mentioned this experience to his descendants with a sigh. That day, he asked his ancestor for help. The ancestor did not reply, but the ancestor's ancestor came to the rescue. Inside the Taoist temple, Han Ju ignored Han Yu's question. It was already good enough that he could save him. He wouldn't do anything for him anymore. Unless Han Yu displayed a temperament that satisfied him, Han Ju's good impression of him would only stop at his physical appearance. He continued to cultivate. A day in the immortal world and a year in the mortal world did not mean a difference in time, but life experiences. To cultivators, a year was nothing. To mortals, a year was enough to change their lives. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 years passed. After Han Ju's cultivation ended, his cultivation improved again. Although it was not obvious, he could only break through after many years. He first observed Han Tuo. This kid had already rushed out of the 9 nether purgatory and returned to the immortal world. His cultivation had increased greatly and was already very close to the deity realm. He looked at Han Yu again and discovered that he was actually not dead yet. He was already a Mahayana cultivator now. Although Han Yu was still alive, the Han family was already gone. Han Yu didn't create a new family. Instead, he cultivated diligently. Not to mention having children, he didn't even have a Tao companion. This kid was very sensible. Han Ju only took a look. Since the two of them were not in danger, he couldn't be bothered to interfere. Han Ju started to check his emails. Soon, an email attracted his attention. Your good friend Qiu Shilai was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure and was severely injured. Why was Qiu Shilai severely injured? He looked up and saw that Qiu Shilai was still in his Dao field. All these years, Han Ju didn't feel any battle fluctuations. What happened? Who attacked Qiu Shilai? Han Ju had no choice but to use the derivation function. 10 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Immediately after, a figure appeared in Han Ju's mind. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du, perfected Heavenly Tao Sage, eldest disciple of the human school, immeasurable emperor, ancestor of the human race, Heavenly Venerate Xian Du. Could it be the great Taoist master Xian Du in the investiture of the gods? Han Ju had already caught a powerful aura in Li Mui's Dao field. It was not weaker than Heavenly Venerate Wufa, but it was not much stronger. Why did Heavenly Venerate Xian Du attack Qiu Shilai? Han Ju didn't continue to use the derivation function but visited Qiu Shilai in his dreams. The reason why he checked just now was to understand the other party's cultivation. In the dream, Qiu Shilai opened his eyes and saw that it was Han Ju. He hurriedly stood up and bowed. Han Ju asked, why did Heavenly Venerate Xian Du attack you? Stunned, Qiu Shilai sighed. You're really remarkable. You even know this. It's not an attack. It's just a spar. He used a special mystical power to spar with me and didn't disturb the heavenly Tao. Chapter 579 Insta-killing Heavenly Venerate Xian Du, preaching the Tao to the heavens. Chapter 579 Insta-killing Heavenly Venerate Xian Du, preaching the Tao to the heavens, what mystical power? Han Ju asked. To be able to severely injure Qiu Shilai without causing a commotion, this mystical power was something what a good method of ambush. He had to figure it out. Qiu Shilai replied, I'm not sure either. This mystical power is similar to a dream, but it's not a dream. It will pull me into another space and attack me. All the damage I suffer will be completely transmitted to my body and soul. Han Ju raised his eyebrows. In that space, can you resist? Yes, but there will be some restrictions. Did Heavenly Venerate Xian Du say anything to you? He didn't say anything. He didn't seem to want to provoke you, so he didn't mention you. Yes, report to me if anything happens. Understood. Han Ju left the dream. He opened his eyes and frowned. He hesitated for a moment before suddenly jumping out of the 100-peak immortal river and arriving at the 33rd heaven. In front of Li Mui's Dao field, he quickly used the simulation trial to copy Heavenly Venerate Xian Du's cultivation. Why are you here, fellow Taoist? Heavenly Venerate Xian Du's voice floated out, his tone calm. Han Ju disappeared after saying, I'm just passing by. I won't disturb your cultivation. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du was originally very vigilant, but Han Ju calling him senior softened his expression. He didn't like Li Mui's hypocrisy. After understanding the situation, he felt that Li Mui deserved it. However, when Han Ju dealt with the human school, he subconsciously treated him as an enemy. Now, it seemed that Han Ju might not be an enemy. But was this fellow really just passing by? Impossible. Could it be that he checked my cultivation level and realized that he was no match for me, so he retreated? Heavenly Venerate Xian Du frowned as he thought that it was very likely. He hoped that this fellow could appreciate it. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du originally did not want to come to the Heavenly Tao. He wanted to spend more time on cultivation. On the other side, if you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. Han Ju returned to the Taoist temple and started the simulation trial to challenge Heavenly Venerate Xian Du alone. After 10 breaths of time, he finally killed the other party. Hanju showed a frown. This fellow's mystical power was impressive. He could actually extract his consciousness and pull it into another space. Fortunately, Hanju used the power of the shattering fiend celestial to directly shatter that mysterious space. He held the heaven-opening axe and killed Heavenly Venerate Xian Du in one strike. No. 10 breaths were too long. If Heavenly Venerate Xian Du still had help, Hanju's true body might be killed. Hanju continued the simulation trial and looked for a way to insta-kill the Heavenly Venerate. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du was worthy of being a perfected Heavenly Tao sage. He was indeed powerful. Hanju even suspected that his cultivation level had been suppressed, just like how Heavenly Venerate Wufa was a freedom sage. In order to enter the Heavenly Tao, he had suppressed his cultivation to the Heavenly Tao sage. No matter what, Heavenly Venerate Xian Du was a Heavenly Tao sage now. After 7 simulation trials, Hanju finally found a way. In the beginning, he would first use the Dharma Idol fusion technique to fuse with the Guardian Fiend Celestial and the Barrier Fiend Celestial. He would directly isolate Heavenly Venerate Xian Du's mysterious mystical power and insta-kill him. As a sage, he could do many things in an instant. After finding a way to insta-kill the Heavenly Venerate, Hanju felt refreshed and relaxed. He didn't plan to deal with Heavenly Venerate Xian Du as long as this fellow did not provoke him. Killing Heavenly Venerate Xian Du would definitely attract stronger existences, and sooner or later, terrifying mighty figures would come. Hanju didn't want to kill the enemy and level up. It was too tiring. He was about to cultivate when Han Zuetian came to visit. He had already figured out Hanju's seclusion pattern. Most of the time, he would end his seclusion once every 1,000 years. Hanju let him in. Just like before, he came to report the living beings whose potential had reached the limit. This time, there were 8,000 immortal emperors, and their cultivation couldn't increase anymore. Reaching the emperor realm in tens of thousands of years, one seemed to have outstanding potential, but they had to consider the spirit chi in the Tao field and Hanju's lecture from time to time. Grandmaster, are we still letting them reinforce the heavenly race this time? Han Zuetian asked. Hanju asked, what do you think? Since this kid asked, he definitely had other intentions. Han Zuetian said, I learned from the myriad worlds projection that the heavenly race has already dominated the immortal world and no longer needs the hidden sect's support. If we help the heavenly race become stronger, I'm afraid it won't be a good thing. The heavenly race is too powerful and will encounter the combined resistance of other factions. In addition, the heavenly race might become arrogant internally. The in-name disciples we send might also change their minds. Hanju was amused. This kid had always been in the hidden sect, but he could see through people's hearts. Could it be his talent? Then what do you think? Like the initial batch of in-name disciples, we will send them to hide in various worlds. In addition, we can choose a leader and pull him into the myriad worlds projection so that we can communicate with him at any time. Yes, you can arrange it. Thank you, Grandmaster. Han Zuetian was pleasantly surprised and hurriedly thanked him. Hanju's words were equivalent to raising his status. Compared to the other disciples who only knew how to cultivate diligently, he could do things for Hanju and was naturally more confident. Several days later, the 8,000 immortal emperors each chose 8 leaders and entered the personal disciples' tutelage. They could be considered to have officially become the personal disciples of the hidden sect. Hanju then pulled them into the myriad worlds projection and divided them into 8 batches. They were sent by the Fusang tree to different worlds. At this point, the hidden sect already had 9 branches outside the heavenly Tao. The batch of immortal emperors who left the earliest had already taken root and even become a powerful sect. Their providence was flourishing. The Fusang tree had also connected to some mortal worlds recently, but Hanju felt that there was no point in exploring them. The worlds outside the heavenly Tao were created by sages, pseudo-sages, and zenith heaven. The world's strength was related to the cultivation of the Creator. There were also worlds that were naturally formed, but they were far inferior to the heavenly Tao. So far, Han Ju didn't know how many worlds were hidden outside the heavenly Tao. It was always good to know more. After arranging all of this, Han Ju began to cultivate in seclusion again. He had to reach the perfected primordial chaos zenith heaven golden immortal realm by the time he reached 100,000 years of age. After that, he could look forward to the freedom sage realm. Outside the 33rd heaven, Great Ultimate Hall. Unlike the other sage Tao fields, the surroundings of the Great Ultimate Hall were filled with mist. It was faintly discernible and very mysterious. In the hall, Ancestor Shitian, 7 Tao Sage, Jade Bodhi, and Dijuan gathered again. Dijuan teased. "I'll accept your great Tao Nirvana. Perhaps I'll have a few more sages who can attain the Tao through strength." 7 Tao Sage snorted. Han Ju is indeed not simple. I suspect that he has the support of a mighty figure. Ancestor Shitian shook his head. It's fine as long as he's not a primordial fiend celestial. Jade Bodhi chuckled. 7 Tao Sage asked, "How do you know that?" Jade Bodhi said, "The primordial fiend celestial will bring calamity to the chaos. The Tao ancestor has deduced that the primordial fiend celestial will rise by stepping on the chaotic fiend celestial. Han Ju has always been in seclusion and is always forced to make a move. He's nothing like the primordial fiend celestial. I feel that he's more like a chaotic fiend celestial. Didn't fellow Taoist Shitian say that he can use chaotic fiend celestial dharma idols?" 7 Tao Sage was silent. Ancestor Shitian said, "Recently, those fellows from the dark forbidden zone have been restless. All of you should stay away from them and protect the deity realm of the ruins of End. Jade Bodhi, you have to pay more attention to the dark forbidden zone's regulation. Don't always stare at the immortal world and the deity realm of the ruins of End. The Buddhist sect is already powerful enough. There's no need to scheme anymore." Chapter 580 Han Ju was rejected. Chapter 580 Han Ju was rejected. Hearing Ancestor Shitian's words, Jade Bodhi smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Shitian, I don't like your words. I've long been unrelated to the Buddhist sect. I've also done my best to fulfill my duty in the dark forbidden zone. Don't slander me." 7 Tao Sage smiled. "That's right. It's not easy for me to be in the deity realm of the ruins of End. I'm not like fellow Taoist Shitian, who sits at the peak of the heavenly Tao and doesn't care about anything." Dijuan did not say anything, but his smile was filled with deep meaning. The atmosphere between the four mighty figures became subtle. Ancestor Shitian wasn't angry. "If you want to take over the responsibility of protecting the heavenly Tao, I have no objections." Jade Bodhi and 7 Tao Sage did not retort. Dijuan smiled. Come. It's not easy for us to meet. Don't become angry. All of you are existences who can compete with the heavenly Tao in terms of lifespan. The outcome of the previous battle has yet to be determined. Let's continue killing." 7 Tao Sage snorted, "So be it. If you have the guts, don't target me. Watch as I kill you all." "What a joke. Do I need to target to kill you?" The four mighty figures sat together. The atmosphere suddenly changed. Time flew. As usual, Han Ju was immersed in his seclusion cultivation and enjoyed the pleasure of his cultivation level increasing step by step. Suddenly, he sensed something and opened his eyes. In the 9 heavens, Fang Liang stood in front of the south heaven gate, absorbing the providence of the world. His body emitted white light and his body was illusory, like a projection. Han Ju showed a frown. This kid. He was not only absorbing the providence of the heavenly Tao. To be precise, he was like the Fusang tree, absorbing the natural source of the immortal world. This action would definitely alarm the sages. This fellow had been the heavenly emperor before, so he should know this. It could only mean that Fang Liang was confident. Fang Liang was already at the zenith heaven realm, but over the years, his cultivation level had not improved much, as if he had encountered a bottleneck. Han Ju didn't stop him. He wanted to see what Fang Liang wanted to do. He opened his attributes list and discovered that 1,620 years had passed. Time passed quickly. Han Ju looked at Han Tuo. This kid had been hanging out with Yi Tian recently. There was also Han Ming. The three of them were exploring an ancient mystic realm that was located overseas. Han Ju could sense that a heavenly Tao numinous treasure was hidden in the ancient mystic realm. It was left behind by Li Mui. The current Han Tuo had already stepped into the deity realm and could be considered to have completely established himself in the immortal world. Han Ju looked at Han Yu again. This fellow had unknowingly ascended to the immortal world and had currently joined a cultivation sect. His status was very low, and he was guarding a medicinal garden. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. Han Ju couldn't help but think of his younger self, who also guarded a herb garden. It had to be said that this kid was very fated with him. They looked alike and had similar encounters. Ever since he was saved by Han Ju, Han Yu had become extremely cautious and obsessed with cultivation. This made Han Ju very satisfied. Han Tuo walked a completely different path from him, while Han Yu followed Han Ju. After hesitating for a moment, Han Ju decided to cast a spell to visit Han Yu. The mountain was like a forest. Halfway up a mountain, Han Yu sat on a huge rock. In front of him was a pool with strange flowers. Han Yu wore a white robe and was very handsome. A group of female disciples flew on their swords and stopped when they passed by. "Junior Han, are you coming with us to train?" A gorgeously dressed female disciple covered her mouth and asked with a smile. The other female disciples also looked at him with bright eyes. Han Yu was too handsome. No male disciple in the entire sect could compare to him in terms of looks. Han Yu opened his eyes and shook his head. "Thank you for your kind intentions, senior sisters. I still have to guard the herbs. Perhaps next time." The green-robed female disciple curled her lips. "You always say next time, you fool." With that, she turned and left. The other female disciples followed closely behind. One of them said coquettishly, "Oh you, are you really stupid? If you followed our senior, would you still need to be a medicine guardian here?" Han Yu smiled bitterly and did not answer. After the female disciples left, he heaved a sigh of relief. "You don't like women?" A mocking voice sounded. A white-robed man had unknowingly appeared under the tree beside the medicinal pool. The tree's shade covered his face, preventing Han Yu from seeing him clearly. Han Yu frowned. He wasn't immortal, but he still couldn't see the other party's face. What did this mean? It meant that the other party's cultivation level far exceeded his. Han Yu asked warily, "Who are you?" The white-robed man was naturally Han Ju. Han Ju asked with a faint smile, "Answer me first." Han Yu said, "Of course not. It's just that I'm very restrained. I don't want women to affect my cultivation." "Why?" "My clan was once slaughtered. Before that, I was tied down by my clan and couldn't focus on cultivating." "You plan to be alone forever?" "After I become stronger, I will definitely create the Han family again. It's just that I'm not strong enough." "Oh. Then, how strong do you want to be?" "At least a grand unity true immortal." "You might laugh at me. How can a slave like me reach the grand unity true immortal realm?" Han Ju smiled. Han Yu heard his laughter and felt bitter. Han Ju suddenly asked, "If I can give you the Tao technique to reach the grand unity true immortal realm, what are you willing to do?" Han Yu was stunned. His first reaction was vigilance. Could the other party be a sinister devil? This was not the first time he had encountered a sinister cultivator who was good at lying from the mortal world to the immortal world. However, for some reason, Han Yu wanted to trust him. This feeling terrified him. The other party must have used some bewitching technique on him. No. I want to wake up. Han Yu's expression turned sinister. Han Ju was surprised. What was this kid doing? After a while, Han Yu said, "Thank you for your kind intentions, senior. Forget it, I'll rely on myself. If you miss this opportunity, you might not encounter it again. Are you really going to reject me?" "I've made up my mind." Han Ju remained silent. He had been rejected. Han Ju immediately disappeared. Han Yu heaved a sigh of relief. He had really suffered a lot today. Fortunately, his Tao heart was firm. Inside the Taoist temple, Han Ju opened his eyes with a strange expression. He had been kind enough to give him an opportunity, but he had been rejected. It had been a long time since he had been rejected. This feeling was quite strange. "In that case, I want to see if you will regret it." Han Ju snorted and thought. "Kid, cultivation doesn't rely on determination." Then, Han Ju closed his eyes and continued cultivating. He cultivated for 1,000 years. When he opened his eyes again, the first person he looked at was Han Yu. After 1,000 years, Han Yu had changed sections. This kid had just been hunted down by the famous race not long ago and was hiding in a valley cultivating. His cultivation level had just stepped into the Grand Unity Earth Immortal realm. He had only increased his cultivation by so little in 1,000 years. His potential could not be said to be poor. It could only be said to be mediocre. After the heavenly Tao restarted, the various mortal worlds reappeared. However, the transformation rules for ascension had yet to appear. Therefore, Han Yu's cultivation level was completely cultivated step by step. The cultivation technique he cultivated was still the one Han Tuo had left for his son. Chapter 581 Forcefully imparting the technique, becoming the Tao ancestor. Chapter 581 Forcefully imparting the technique, becoming the Tao ancestor. Since Han Ju had nothing to do, he decided to find Han Yu again. It would also add a hint of fun to his boring cultivation years. He cast a spell, and his dermic powers transformed into a clone. Suppressing his cultivation to the pseudo-sage realm, he went to find Han Yu. In the valley, Han Yu wore a purple-blue robe and had a handsome face. His long hair scattered casually as he sat under the tree. His aura was like the surrounding flowers and trees. The scene was extremely peaceful. Han Ju appeared under the tree beside him. The tree's shade covered his face. He stared at Han Yu and did not disturb him immediately. After 1,000 years, Han Yu had already lost his childishness. It had to be said that he was really like Han Ju. Looking at Han Ju felt like he was looking at his past self. It was not only his looks but also his cultivation style. He was extremely cautious and reliable. The more Han Ju looked at him, the more satisfied he was. He even wanted to bring Han Yu to the 100-peak Immortal River. But on second thought, no, Han Tuo had yet to be brought back. Han Ju couldn't help but laugh at himself. No wonder grandpas often liked their grandsons more than their sons. Han Ju looked at Han Yu for a while before calling out to him. "Hey!" Han Yu jumped up in fear. A wooden spear appeared in his hand, and he looked at Han Ju warily. Seeing this, Han Ju wanted to laugh. After becoming a sage, he rarely encountered anything that made him laugh. "It's you." Han Yu's eyes widened in shock. Han Ju smiled and asked, "You still remember me? If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website myboxnovel.com. Thanks." Han Yu nodded. "You came to me 1,000 years ago wanting to teach me a cultivation technique. Then, do you regret it?" To be honest, I once regretted it, but I don't regret it now. I'm very satisfied with my cultivation. I'll give you another chance. Do you agree? Han Yu fell silent. Han Ju wasn't in a hurry. He waited patiently. As he did, his main body looked at the 9 heavens. Fang Liang was still absorbing the natural source of the world. The sages actually couldn't sense it, and no one came to stop him. This puzzled Han Ju. Han Ju asked silently, why is Fang Liang doing this? 10 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? 10 billion years. This was already equivalent to the value of the heavenly Tao. Han Ju immediately chose to continue. He did not enter an illusion. Instead, a line of words appeared in front of him. Fang Liang, late-stage zenith heaven golden immortal realm, Tao ancestor inheritor, master of the heavenly court, immeasurable emperor. He is currently fusing with the Tao ancestor's will. Once the fusion succeeds, he will become the Tao ancestor. Han Ju's eyes widened. Become the Tao ancestor? What was the meaning of this? And his cultivation level increased so quickly. Is Fang Liang possessed? It's not possession, but a fusion. This fusion cannot be analyzed with the system's current strength. Fusion. Han Ju frowned and asked, if the fusion succeeds, will Fang Liang become my enemy? It cannot be deduced for the time being. It involves an existence that surpasses the system's limits. How strong will Fang Liang be after the fusion? 10 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Perfected pseudo-sage, Han Ju heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Fang Liang couldn't threaten him. However, this leap was truly ridiculous. As expected of the Tao ancestor. At this moment, Han Yu replied, I still refuse your kind intentions. I want to see how far I can go by myself. I don't want to rely on others. He spoke very sincerely, and his eyes became extremely firm. Han Ju said angrily, how far can you go by yourself? Although Han Yu couldn't see his expression, he could guess from his tone that the other party should be very dissatisfied. I'm not sure, either. Perhaps I can reach the grand unity heaven immortal realm. When Han Yu said these words, his eyes revealed a hint of confidence. Han Ju sighed. Grand unity heaven immortal. To mortals, grand unity heaven immortal was indeed impressive, like an immortal. Han Ju smiled. Is that so? Since you rejected me, I have to teach you a Tao technique. He suddenly attacked and sucked Han Yu in front of him. Han Yu's eyes widened, and he subconsciously resisted. Han Ju pointed at his forehead. Boom! Han Yu's mind exploded and he froze on the spot. After a long while. When Han Yu woke up, it was already late at night. He was the only one left in the valley. Han Ju was long gone. Han Yu was stunned. 6 Paths of Reincarnation Technique. In the Taoist Temple of the 100-Peak Immortal River. Han Ju sent a dream to Fang Liang. In the dream, Fang Liang opened his eyes and immediately bowed when he saw him. Han Ju asked, what are you doing? Fang Liang replied, absorbing the heavenly Tao's providence. He suddenly hesitated, not knowing if he should answer. Han Ju didn't point it out either, hoping that Fang Liang could say it himself. After struggling for a while, Fang Liang gritted his teeth and said, to be honest, Grandmaster, I might become the Tao ancestor. Become the Tao ancestor? Han Ju pretended to be confused. Fang Liang took a deep breath and said seriously, I've long been chosen by the Tao ancestor. He taught me the mystical power of the primordial world and wants to support me into his avatar. Once I succeed, I'll transform into the Tao ancestor and control the heavenly Tao. Now, I can no longer repay you, Grandmaster. If I succeed, I will definitely take care of the hidden sect in the future and repay your kindness. If not for you changing my fate, I would have died long ago, much less be chosen by the Tao ancestor. Han Ju asked, after becoming the Tao ancestor, will you still be you? Fang Liang said, the Tao ancestor said that I'll still be me, but I'll take over the Tao ancestor's identity. I chose to believe him. Have you really decided? I hope Grandmaster can agree. In that case, it's up to you, Han Ju said. He took a step forward and reached out to Fang Liang's shoulder. Unknowingly, you're already so old. Han Ju sighed. He was not acting. He was really sighing. When the two of them first met, Fang Liang was only a youth. After 70,000 years, not many people had lived together since the reroll world. Han Ju still cherished it. However, everyone had their own ambitions. Han Ju didn't want to force Fang Liang. Fang Liang felt bitter when he heard that. His expression became complicated. He did not cry. He was once the heavenly emperor, after all. He was no longer immortal. The two of them looked at each other in silence. The dream ended. Han Ju's consciousness returned to reality. He muttered to himself, he can already hold his own. I want to know if the Tao ancestor deceived Fang Liang. It involves an existence that surpasses the system's limits. It cannot be deduced. Indeed. Han Ju had to change his question. What will Fang Liang do when the next calamity begins? 2 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Han Ju fell into an illusion. When he opened his eyes again, he arrived outside the 33rd heaven. A majestic palace could be seen ahead. It was larger than all the Sage Tao fields. It emitted purple light and was solemn and mysterious. 3 words were carved on a plaque. Purple Firmament Palace. The scene in front of Han Ju shrank. He came to Purple Firmament Palace and Fang Liang, who was dressed in a Taoist robe, sat on the 36th grade green lotus seat. The current Fang Liang had white hair. Although his face was still young, he was very different from the Fang Liang that Han Ju knew. This aura was extremely similar to Ancestor Shitian. Chapter 582 Son of the Immeasurable Calamity, Visit from an Old Friend. Chapter 582 Son of the Immeasurable Calamity, Visit from an Old Friend in Purple Firmament Palace. Fang Liang slowly opened his eyes, and his gaze met Han Ju's. Han Ju thought that he had been discovered, but a figure passed through him and walked towards Fang Liang. He focused his gaze. Wasn't this Heavenly Venerate Xian Du? Heavenly Venerate Xian Du came forward and knelt in front of Fang Liang. Greetings, Tao Ancestor. Fang Liang asked indifferently, how was it? Heavenly Venerate Xian Du replied, I've already found that chaotic fiend celestial. I can put it in the heavenly Tao at any time to fight against the Son of the Immeasurable Calamity. Yes, when the Son of the Immeasurable Calamity steps into the pseudo-sage realm, I'll release the chaotic fiend celestial. Understood. Han Ju was curious. Release the chaotic fiend celestial? Who was the Son of the Immeasurable Calamity? For some reason, Han Ju felt that it would be Han Tuo. After the illusion ended, Han Ju immediately asked who this Son of the Immeasurable Calamity was. 2 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Etian, Rank 1 Immortal Emperor, Son of the Heavenly Tao, Chaotic Fiend Celestial, the Great Providence Bearer chosen by the Heavenly Tao. He carries the mission of unifying the immortal world. Han Ju heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was not his son. From the looks of it, Fang Liang was not targeting the hidden sect. Not bad. Han Ju shook his head and threw away his distracting thoughts. He started cultivating. Time passed as the immortal world changed day by day. From time to time, mighty figures would appear. The immortal world became more and more exciting. The legend of the sages became vaguer and vaguer. The gazes of all living beings also landed beside him. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. Li Dao Kong, Shi Dudao, Ji Xianshan, Jiang Dugu, the Golden Crow Demon Emperor, the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea, the Divine Might Buddha, and the others became the top and most prestigious mighty figures in the immortal world. As for Han Tuo, although he had a good relationship with Yi Tian, he kept a low profile and was not famous. On this day, Zhou Fan returned. Han Ju opened his eyes and moved him into the 100-peak immortal river. He also checked his attributes panel. 1,720 years had passed. Zhou Fan's return caused the personal disciples to gather. The Fusang tree became lively. Han Ju didn't pay attention to Zhou Fan but checked his emails. Your grand disciple Fang Liang has fused with the heavenly Tao origin. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend, heavenly venerate Wufa, was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure. Your good friend Emperor Shao was cursed by a mysterious curse. Your good friend Huang Zuantian has recruited disciples. The providence of the Jia school has increased, and his cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Pan Xian was attacked by the ancient master of calamity. Your good friend Shi Dudao was attacked by your good friend Li Dao Kong. Your good friend Li Xianao was attacked by your good friend Jiang Dugu and was severely injured. The level of his friends was too high. It was very difficult to see a situation where the number of attacks exceeded 10,000. When mighty figures fought, it was almost always a one-on-one battle. After all, at that level, there were not dozens of people joining forces. Dozens of zenith heavens ganging up on a zenith heaven cultivator. It was a rare event. Han Ju was attracted by Huang Zuantian's recent situation. This fellow had begun to develop the Jia school, and his providence had also increased greatly. He was quite something. The Jia school was about to suffer. According to Han Ju's understanding, this fellow was only suitable for internal strife and not management. Back then, Huang Zuantian's sect had fallen at Han Ju's feet. That was also the stepping stone for him to open up the path of invincibility. However, the Jia school's calamity had nothing to do with Han Ju. Several days later, Zhou Fan came to visit him. Han Ju let him in. After bowing, Zhou Fan said, Master, an array formation has appeared in the chaotic city. It can lead to the deity realm of the ruins of End. The other sects have already sent disciples there to learn. The hidden sect has no background in the deity realm of the ruins of End, but the sages have sent me an invitation. They say that the Tao field in the deity realm of the ruins of End can accept disciples of the hidden sect and comprehend the great Tao. This matter is too big. I don't dare to rashly decide, so I came back to ask you. Han Ju asked, why not say it through the myriad worlds projection? Zhou Fan chuckled. I wanted to come back and rest. The chaotic city is really boring. The disciples of the various sects look harmonious, but they are actually wary of each other. It's meaningless. Han Ju said, the chaotic city is very important. You have to return after resting for a period of time. I understand. What about the Tao field of the deity realm of the ruins of End? No, reject the sage's kind intentions. My hidden sect will stay in the heavenly Tao and not involve itself with the deity realm of the ruins of End. Will the difference increase? If it's really that easy, why didn't their backing in the deity realm of the ruins of End attack when they were in danger? You mean, you can leave? All right. Zhou Fan stood up and left. After walking out of the Daoist temple, he was still thinking about the deity realm of the ruins of End. He suddenly saw Zhang Ju. I'm really confused. I don't even know my master's background. Why should I worry? Zhou Fan shook his head and laughed. Then, he stopped thinking about it. He believed in Han Ju. Several months later, the 100-peak immortal river welcomed another visitor. Is Han Ju here? The newcomer stood on the cliff and shouted. Han Ju opened his eyes. An old friend. Zhang Guxing. He was once a prodigy of the Divine Palace. Later, he guarded the Sword Dao River. Han Ju even recognized him as his elder brother. After thinking about it, Han Ju moved Zhang Guxing into his Daoist temple. Zhang Guxing was only at the one mystic divine origin realm. In Han Ju's eyes, he was no different from an ant. The only difference was that he had seen this ant before. Back then, in order to save Zhang Guxing, Han Ju cursed his enemy to death. They were even. The reason why Han Ju met him was mainly that he thought that he had taken care of Han Tuo. Zhang Guxing was stunned when he saw him. Han Ju was also sizing him up. After not seeing him for tens of thousands of years, he looked even older. Now, it was impossible for Han Ju to call him brother anymore. He couldn't bear it either. Zhang Guxing came back to his senses. With a complicated expression, he said, "Greetings, immeasurable merit divine might heavenly sage." Han Ju smiled. "Why are you bowing to me? How have you been?" He could deduce what had happened to Zhang Guxing recently, but he felt that there was no need to do anything. Some things could be done easily, but sometimes knowing everything made it boring. Zhang Guxing smiled bitterly. "No, that's why I came to find you. To be honest, I don't want to get help from old friends, but I had no choice but to look for you." Han Ju waved his hand, and a mat appeared behind Zhang Guxing. Zhang Guxing sat down and began to talk about his difficulties. It turned out that he wanted to recreate the Divine Palace and had already invited Han Tuo, Immortal Emperor Samsara, and other genius mighty figures. However, every time he created the Providence sect, it was isolated by the sages of the Heavenly Tao's Providence and had never succeeded. Regarding Han Tuo, Zhang Guxing didn't hide anything. He guessed that Han Tuo was Han Ju's son, so he had taught him the Sword Dao mystical power and even saved him. After understanding Han Tuo's understanding of his father, he was smart enough not to expose him. Han Ju didn't expect Immortal Emperor Samsara to also join the Divine Palace. On second thought, it was probably because of Han Tuo. Immortal Emperor Samsara had watched Han Ju grow up. If even Zhang Guxing could guess Han Tuo's identity, how could Immortal Emperor Samsara not? Immortal Emperor Samsara should also want to use the Divine Palace to officially step into the stage of the immortal world and fight for providence. Han Ju pinched his fingers to deduce and deduced that the sage who stopped Zhang Guxing from recreating the Divine Palace was the South Extreme Heavenly Venerate. Chapter 583 Establishment of the Divine Palace, Han Ju's Anticipation. Chapter 583 Establishment of the Divine Palace, Han Ju's Anticipation. After Zhang Guxing finished speaking, Han Ju fell into deep thought. Since Han Tuo and Immortal Emperor Samsara wanted to enter the Divine Palace, Han Ju naturally wouldn't stop them. He couldn't put all the eggs in one basket. If all the major factions in the immortal world had disciples of the hidden sect, it would be easier for them to survive in the future. Although Han Ju was so strong now and the hidden sect looked invincible, who knew what the future would be like? Didn't the Almighty Dao sect also disband in the end? Han Ju said, "I'll help you convince them." Hearing this, Zhang Guxing was pleasantly surprised and hurriedly thanked him. Not long ago, Han Ju also thanked him like this. Zhang Guxing looked up and asked, "Han Tuo still doesn't know his background. What do you plan to do?" Han Ju replied, "Maintain the current situation. I have my own plans." "All right." Han Ju waved his sleeve and moved Zhang Guxing out to prevent the two of them from falling into an awkward situation. Tens of thousands of years were enough time to change a lot of things. At least, the relationship between the two had become subtle. Han Ju wasn't in the mood to reminisce. He believed that Zhang Guxing was also not in the mood to chat. That was the truth. After leaving the 100-peak Immortal River, Zhang Guxing heaved a sigh of relief. He smiled bitterly and muttered to himself, sages are really impressive. Sitting in front of Han Ju, he felt extremely stressed. His heartbeat accelerated every time he looked at the other party. Although it was rough, the difference between the two was too great. He couldn't stabilize his Dao heart at all. No matter what, Han Ju agreed to his request. He knew Han Ju very well. He wouldn't make a promise easily. He was definitely confident. Looking back at the past, Zhang Guxing sighed. The youth who had been trapped in the mortal world by the vermilion bird and did not dare to ascend had actually become a sage now. Zhang Guxing didn't think that Han Ju's potential was good. No matter how good his potential was, he couldn't have become a sage in tens of thousands of years. Presumably, Han Ju was a sage himself and had only descended into the mortal world to train. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. The divine palace in my hands will surpass my predecessors. Zhang Guxing thought with a burning gaze and immediately flew into the sky. On the other side, Han Ju sent a dream to the South Extreme Heavenly Venerate. The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate agreed readily and said that he was willing to give Han Ju face. He even chatted with him for a while and agreed to discuss the Tao. After the dream ended, Han Ju cursed silently. The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate was really shameless. He wouldn't hit a smiling person. Because of this, Han Ju owed the South Extreme Heavenly Venerate a favor. However, as long as the South Extreme Heavenly Venerate didn't oppose him, he could still tolerate it. 80 years later. I, Zhang Guxing, follow the will of my predecessors and recreate the divine palace. Those with outstanding potential in the myriad worlds can enter the divine palace. The divine palace is ranked by potential. I want to create a sect that is absolutely fair to the prodigies. I want to use my own strength to fight for the heavenly Tao's providence. Zhang Guxing's voice resounded throughout the immortal world, but it did not attract much attention. Ever since the birth of the famous race, the mighty figures who established providence sects would use certain gimmicks to promote themselves immortal world. Han Ju counted with his fingers. Han Tuo and immortal Emperor Samsara had already joined the divine palace. Not only them, but even the previous sect master of the Jie school, Jing Tiangong, and the demon saint, Yi Tian, had joined it. Currently, the divine palace had more than 10,000 disciples. Other than Jing Tiangong and immortal Emperor Samsara, there were no Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals for the time being. Han Ju turned his gaze to Han Yu. Ever since he cultivated the 6 paths of reincarnation technique, Han Yu's cultivation level had increased day by day. However, compared to Han Tuo, his potential was too poor. Currently, there was no hope of him reaching the deity realm unless Han Ju thought of a way to increase his potential. Han Ju did not have any expectations. This only added a hint of joy to his boring cultivation years, just like the dramas in his previous life. The one he really looked forward to was Han Tuo. Han Ju hoped that his son could transform into a primordial fiend celestial. Han Yu was still in seclusion in the valley. Han Ju looked away after a while and continued cultivating above the sea of clouds. Palaces floated one after another. Countless figures shuttled back and forth, casting spells on the palaces and condensing them. Dressed in black, Han Tuo stood in front of the door of a palace. He looked at the steadily increasing divine palace and sighed. After cultivating for so long, he finally had a place to stay. The divine palace was newly established. He was one of the core members and was currently one of its leaders. He knew very well that compared to the other leaders, he was the weakest. The new Jing Tiangong even raised doubts. At that time, Yi Tian almost attacked him. Fortunately, Zhang Guxing and immortal Emperor Samsara stood up to support him. This matter ended there. Someone doubted. Han Tuo was not angry. Instead, he was stimulated. After watching the divine palace disciples for a while, Han Tuo turned around and entered his chamber to continue cultivating. Sitting on the mat, Han Tuo closed his eyes. He was suddenly pulled into a dream. This was a forest. A figure shining with divine light stood in front of him. Han Tuo was shocked. What happened? How can I not notice? Han Tuo looked at the other party warily and asked in a low voice, "Who are you?" The divine light figure was naturally Han Ju. Han Ju asked in an ethereal voice, "I see that you are unwilling. You seem to be dissatisfied with your cultivation. I can teach you a Tao technique, but you have to pay the price. Are you willing?" Han Tuo frowned when he heard this. His first reaction was to reject, but on second thought, if the other party was so powerful and wanted to harm him, why did he have to beat around the bush? Han Tuo asked, "What do I have to do? I don't even know who you are. Why should I believe you? In the past, you came looking for me. I looked for you." Han Tuo frowned and fell into deep thought. He was suddenly moved. "You are the master of the hidden sect. This matter cannot be spread. I will teach you a Tao technique. You owe me your life. In the future, I need you to do something. As for whether you will offer your life, that will depend on whether you work hard enough. As long as you are strong enough, no matter how strong an opponent is, they will fall under your feet." Han Ju's tone was bewitching. Han Tuo fell silent again. If it was Han Ju, he would definitely reject, but he wanted to know what Han Tuo would choose. In fact, Han Ju could use the derivation function to deduce, but there was no need. If that happened, he would lose the joy of anticipation, and it would also be a waste of his lifespan. "I agree," Han Tuo said in a low voice. "I know that my potential is very strong, but it's not enough. In terms of potential, I'm inferior to Yi Tian. In terms of cultivation, I'm inferior to Jing Tiangong. I need a huge opportunity. Senior, please teach me your Tao technique." Han Ju didn't say anything else and started to preach the great Tao of extreme origin. Inside the Taoist temple, Han Ju opened his eyes. He had preached the Tao for Han Tuo alone for 100 years and had finally introduced him to the great Tao of extreme origin. Presumably, in the following period of time, Han Tuo's cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds. He would also loosen the suppression on Han Tuo's bloodline and let his potential increase again. As for Jing Tiangong, although he was his believer, Han Ju didn't stop him. He was happy to see him bringing pressure to Han Tuo to prevent him from stopping. Of course, if the two of them really had a death grudge, Han Ju would still come forward. He had always found Jing Tiangong pleasing to the eye. Chapter 584 Li Xianeo's Ambition, Jie School's Power. Chapter 584 Li Xianeo's Ambition, Jie School's Power. The Divine Palace was created. At first, all living beings felt disdain, but in the next 1,000 years, it displayed its strength. When fighting for supreme treasures in various mystic realms, the Divine Palace's performance was eye-catching. In the same realm, very few cultivators could defeat the Divine Palace disciples. The Divine Palace's reputation became stronger, and more prodigies joined it. During this period of time, Han Tuo had been cultivating in seclusion. Jing Tiangong was increasingly dissatisfied with him, thinking that he had not contributed to the Divine Palace. However, Zhang Guxing favored Han Tuo, so Jing Tiangong could do nothing. Although Jing Tiangong was a pseudo-sage, his identity was very awkward because he had betrayed the Jie school. Other than the Divine Palace, he had nowhere to go. 2,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Han Ju walked out of the Taoist temple and started to preach the Tao for the hidden sect. Just like before, he preached for 100 years. After the lecture, Han Ju brought Li Xianeo back to the Taoist temple. Several decades ago, Li Xianeo had returned, but Han Ju did not want to interrupt the lecture, so he did not say anything after moving him in. Li Xianeo was also very sensible. He began to listen to the Tao the moment he entered and did not disturb anyone. Li Xian'eo suddenly woke up. Seeing him, he immediately knelt down. Han Ju asked, "Why are you back?" Li Xian'eo said, "The heavenly race has already stabilized. There's no need for me to help them anymore. I wanted to return to cultivate and increase my cultivation. I can also help you deal with matters when I'm stronger." Han Ju stared at him and didn't reply immediately. Li Xian'eo was very calm, but facing Han Ju's gaze, he still felt inexplicably guilty. "That's fine. Although your potential is far inferior to your senior, you're more multi-talented than him. I happen to need your talent. The hidden sect's internal affairs require your management," Han Ju said. Li Xian'eo was relieved. Han Ju didn't say anything else and waved his hand to signal him to leave. Li Xian'eo bowed and left. He was in a good mood on the way back. After staying in the heavenly race for a long time, he suddenly felt that it was meaningless. Although the heavenly race was rapidly becoming stronger, he knew that Han Ju was behind this. He wanted to stand beside Han Ju and look down at the heavenly Tao Go board from a higher angle. He believed that Han Ju's vision was not only limited to the immortal world. On the other side, Han Ju was reading the emails. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website myboxnovel.com. Thanks. Some were attacked, some obtained opportunities, and some learned mystical powers. There were all sorts of things, and Han Ju watched with relish. At this moment, "I am the human school's heavenly venerate Xian Du. 300 years later, I will preach the Tao in the universal hall outside the 33rd heaven. All living beings can come and listen to the Tao." Heavenly venerate Xian Du began to move. Han Ju could already insta-kill him, so he was not too worried. He looked at Fang Liang because of this. Fang Liang was still fusing with the Tao ancestor. This kid had already attained the perfected Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Realm. It was too exaggerated. The enlightenment of the heavenly Tao's origin was indeed impressive. Han Ju suddenly had a bold thought. If I imprison Fang Liang in the primordial heavenly prison, will the Tao ancestor notice and stop me? The Tao ancestor is above the limits of the Tao field and will definitely sense it. As for whether he will stop it, the system cannot derive it. Han Ju could only give up. He couldn't offend the Tao ancestor rashly. For the time being, Han Ju turned his gaze to Han Yu. This guy had already reached the cultivation level of a grand unity heaven immortal. It was not bad. The 6 paths of reincarnation technique had indeed transformed him completely. However, compared to his ancestor Han Tuo, Han Yu was still far inferior. Han Tuo had already stepped into the deity realm and was still cultivating in seclusion. All living beings cultivated cultivation techniques, while he cultivated the great Tao. His cultivation method was already comparable to a sage. How could his cultivation speed not be fast? Han Tuo and Han Yu were both in seclusion, so Han Ju didn't have the experience of watching dramas. However, their will still satisfied him. Speaking of which, Han Ju had another descendant. Han Tuo's daughter, Han Xinyuan. Han Xinyuan had died a long time ago, but she was accepted by the king of Hell Yang Tiandong. She was currently in the netherworld as a ghost servant. Yang Tiandong knew Han Tuo, so he accepted her. Han Ju didn't pay too much attention to Han Xinyuan. Anyway, she was safe for the time being. Since Han Ju had nothing to do, he looked at Han Xinyuan. Han Xinyuan's job was very simple. She helped Yang Tiandong record the life and death of a certain world. There were several ghost servants in the same position, and they did their own things. It was not tiring. At this moment, Han Xinyuan was cultivating in her residence. Han Ju looked at her and did not feel a sense of intimacy. Han Xinyuan was not like Han Tuo and was probably similar to her mother. After watching for a while, Han Ju lost interest. As for giving Han Xingyuan some advice, he felt that there was no need for it for the time being. It was only because Han Xingyuan did not have much desire for power. Then, Han Ju closed his eyes and continued cultivating. The descendants had their own blessing. He had to constantly become stronger in order to protect his descendants and the people around him. Most importantly, he had to protect himself. In the netherworld, underworld. Yang Tiandong had just finished investigating a vengeful spirit case and could not help but sigh. Such days were too boring. He began to feel tormented. Ever since he became the king of hell, he had no time to cultivate. Occasionally, mighty figures from the world of the living came to cause trouble and wanted to use him to increase their battle achievements and become famous in the heavens. At this moment, a figure flew into the hall. Yang Tiandong looked up and was stunned. He smiled and said, "Why are you here?" It was Han Tuo. After stepping into the deity realm, Han Tuo already had the aura of an expert. The surrounding ghost servants couldn't help but shiver when they sensed his aura. Han Tuo smiled and said, "I'm here to visit an old friend. If not for the King of Hell's help, I would have died long ago." Yang Tiandong smiled teasingly. "I think you know that your daughter is here, right?" Han Tuo cupped his fists and smiled. "Thank you for your kind treatment, King of Hell. Otherwise, my daughter would have long fallen into the cycle of reincarnation and severed the karma between us. I want to see her. After all, she's the only family I have left in this world." At the mention of Han Xingyuan, Han Tuo felt guilty. He had indeed forgotten about her all these years. He wondered how she was doing. "She's not the only relative you have." Yang Tiandong supported his chin with both hands and smiled faintly. Stunned, Han Tuo asked in surprise, "Could it be that I still have descendants living?" Yang Tiandong shook his head and laughed. "Not only descendants. Your father is still alive. Perhaps you have other siblings, too." Yang Tiandong didn't dare to say it, afraid that he would disturb Han Ju's plan. He only said, "You also have a descendant named Han Yu. He's already a grand unity heaven immortal. If you pity him, you can take him into the divine palace. Ever since the Han family was wiped out, he has little karma and has always been alone." At the mention of Han Yu, he thought of Han Ju. Han Ju was the same back then. Speaking of which, Han Yu was much more like Han Ju. Han Yu. Han Tuo's eyes flickered as he silently remembered this name. Then, Yang Tiandong brought him to see Han Xingyuan. Immortal world, in the seas. On a vast island, millions of transformed living beings sat on the mountains and plains, listening to the Tao. At this moment, the sect master of the Jie school, Huang Zuntian, stood in front of his Taoist temple and looked at the mighty figure he had invited from afar. Looking at the current Jie school, he was filled with pride. Although he had no choice but to become the sect master, under his leadership, the Jie school became stronger and stronger. They already had the right to look forward to the immortal world. A figure landed in front of him. It was a disciple. He knelt in front of Huang Zuntian and said, "Master, the heavenly ancestor has already agreed to your alliance plan and is willing to destroy the demons together." Chapter 585 80,000 Years Old, Buzhou Divine Mountain. Chapter 585 80,000 Years Old, Buzhou Divine Mountain. How much is the heavenly race willing to do to deal with the demons? Huang Zuntian asked. He had always looked down on demons. He felt that they were too weak and did not have a leader. The disciple replied, "The heavenly race is willing to send 500 immortal emperors after we battle the demons." 500 immortal emperors. Huang Zuntian frowned. He was a little disappointed. 500 immortal emperors might cause trouble for the deity realm, but facing Zenith heaven, they were no different from mortals. However, this was also good. The less the heavenly race contributed, the more confident he would be when splitting the benefits. "Yes, you can leave first." "Yes. After the disciple left, Huang Zuantian continued to look at the distant lecture. There was no hurry in fighting the demons. He had to deploy them. He couldn't let the tragedy that had happened in the mortal world tens of thousands of years ago happen again. But then again, he had bumped into a sage. Otherwise, he might not have lost. Like the others, Huang Zuantian determined that Han Ju was a sage and was only reincarnating to train. Huang Zuantian turned around and returned to the Taoist temple. He smiled confidently and expectantly. Now, he could not pursue much. Only the sage position could make him risk everything. Time passed. More than 1,500 years passed. Detected that you are 80,000 years old and your life has taken another step forward. You have the following choices. 1. Exit seclusion immediately and head to the deity realm of the ruins of End to pursue the great Tao. You can obtain a heavenly Tao spirit stone, a great Tao fragment, a supreme treasure, and a mystical power inheritance. 2. Cultivate in a low-profile manner and do not leave the area of the heavenly Tao. You can obtain a great Tao fragment and a random natural treasure. Han Ju opened his eyes and cursed the dog system. Trying to lure me out again. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. Han Ju directly chose the second option. It was impossible for him to leave the heavenly Tao. Han Ju's cultivation path was to let his territory constantly expand and not go to foreign places to wander. You chose to cultivate in a low-profile manner and obtained a great Tao fragment and a random natural treasure. Congratulations on obtaining the Buzhou Divine Mountain. Buzhou Divine Mountain, it is formed by the backbone of the giant god Pangu. It can produce connate qi and increase the providence of the heavenly Tao. As long as you throw it into the ground, it can evolve by itself. Han Ju was stunned. The system could even produce the Buzhou Divine Mountain. A long time ago, the Buzhou Divine Mountain was broken by the ancestral Magus. After that, all living beings could no longer see the Buzhou Divine Mountain's majesty. Han Ju took it out. A small mountain floated in his hand, and he couldn't feel its weight. What was the use of this? Han Ju no longer needed to rely on natural treasures to increase the spirit qi in the Tao field. The Tao field itself was filled with spirit qi. He suddenly noticed that this thing could increase the heavenly Tao's providence. He immediately had an idea. He sent a dream to Li Daokong and asked him to return. Half a day later, Li Daokong arrived outside the 100-peak Immortal River and was moved into the Tao field by him. Han Ju took out the Buzhou Divine Mountain and said, "This is the Buzhou Divine Mountain. Take it and choose a vast place to put it down. It can allow you to obtain the heavenly Tao's providence. Hold it well. This is your first step to becoming a sage." Li Daokong was stunned. He had also heard of the legend of Buzhou Divine Mountain. Where did Sect Master obtain it? Shocked, Li Daokong subconsciously reached out to take the Buzhou Divine Mountain. From now on, you're the Buzhou Divine Mountain's master. You can do whatever you want with it. Han Ju chuckled. Li Daokong asked, "What do you need me to do?" Han Ju said, "If a living being goes to Buzhou Divine Mountain, you can also accept it and help increase your providence. Without merit, it's very difficult to become a sage. Of course, if you want to use your strength to attain the Tao, that's fine too, but the time needed is immeasurable. Since ancient times, every sage has relied on the heavenly Tao purple qi to become a sage. There are too few cultivators who use their strength to attain the Tao." Li Daokong had no system and was not a primordial fiend celestial. Han Ju didn't believe that he could use his strength to attain the Tao. Even if he had this potential, he couldn't escape the heavenly Tao's karma. The reason Han Ju could was that he didn't rely on the heavenly Tao at all and had been cultivating in the system's Tao field. The heavenly Tao couldn't restrain him. "I understand," Li Daokong said in a low voice, his heart filled with gratitude. Han Ju really wanted to help him become a sage. Han Ju waved his sleeve and moved Li Daokong out. The path had been paved. What to do next was up to Li Daokong. Han Ju hoped that Li Daokong could control the heavenly Tao alone. This way, he wouldn't be restricted by it. 74 years later. I am the first guardian of the hidden sect, Li Daokong. Today, I have restored the Buzhou Divine Mountain and strengthened the heavenly Tao's providence. All sword cultivators of the myriad worlds can come to the Buzhou Divine Mountain to ask about the sword Tao. Li Daokong's voice suddenly resounded through the myriad worlds. At the same time, all the cultivators above the deity realm could sense that the providence in the east had increased. This time, even the sages outside the 33rd heaven were alarmed. They gathered in the heavenly venerate Xian Du's hall. Is it really the Buzhou Divine Mountain? Indeed. I've seen the Buzhou Divine Mountain before. This aura is correct. How did Han Ju obtain it? I'm not sure. It might be formed by some mystical power. With this move, Li Daokong's position as a future sage is stable. The sages sighed. Even heavenly venerate Xian Du was the same. The masters of the sages, Wuxia, and heavenly venerate Xian Du had all seen Buzhou Divine Mountain before. They had even stayed there for a period of time. Looking at the majestic huge vein rising, they felt as if they were seeing the vicissitudes of the primordial world. After putting down Buzhou Divine Mountain, a huge heavenly Tao merit descended from the sky and landed on Li Daokong. The Buzhou Divine Mountain was vast and could produce endless connate qi. It could nurture countless living beings. This merit was extremely great and was enough to increase Li Daokong's cultivation level by a minor realm. As more and more living beings appeared on the Buzhou Divine Mountain in the future, the providence of the heavenly Tao that nurtured Li Daokong was even more unimaginable. Li Daokong immediately became famous in the heavens. The hidden sect became famous again. A guardian was already so powerful. How strong was the sect master, the immeasurable merit divine might heavenly sage? In a valley in the immortal world. Han Yu stood up and looked to the east. He muttered, Buzhou Divine Mountain, sword cultivator. Ever since he ascended, he had been wandering around aimlessly. Now that such an opportunity had appeared, he felt that this was his chance. Not hesitating, he immediately flew towards the majestic aura. Perhaps he could even acknowledge the mighty figure named Li Daokong as his master. It was not only Han Yu. Countless living beings in the myriad worlds had such thoughts. 13th Heaven. Ji Xianxian stood in a courtyard and looked down at the sea of clouds. Good move. As expected of master. Ji Xianxian was secretly shocked. The Buzhou Divine Mountain's providence was truly terrifying. It had just landed and was already more majestic than his entire heavenly race. Such a method was definitely used by Han Ju to support Li Daokong. Recalling the legends of the Buzhou Divine Mountain, he suddenly understood. Legend had it that the Buzhou Divine Mountain was formed by the creation of the giant god Pangu, Qiu Liang. The heavenly Tao was the will of the giant god Pangu. How could the appearance of the Buzhou Divine Mountain not receive a response from the heavenly Tao? Ji Xianxian frowned. Wait. If Li Daokong had the Buzhou Divine Mountain, would he still guard the heavenly race? The hidden sect immortal emperors in the heavenly race would probably also leave. Chapter 586 Jing Tiangong's Despair, Han Yu's Determination. Chapter 586 Jing Tiangong's Despair, Han Yu's Determination. While Ji Xianxian was worried, Fang Liang, who was on the 9th heaven, was also shocked. Fang Liang was still constantly absorbing the heavenly Tao origin, but with the appearance of the Buzhou Divine Mountain, his absorption speed slowed down. What happened? Fang Liang was a little panicked. The sudden change might affect his fusion with the Tao ancestor. Furthermore, the other party was also from the hidden sect. Grandmaster supported both the heavenly race and Li Daokong. What is he doing? Fang Liang frowned, feeling puzzled. Wasn't Han Ju not interfering? If this continued, wouldn't the heavenly Tao in the future be completely controlled by him? The more Fang Liang thought about it, the more shocked he became. Unknowingly, Han Ju had already planned so deeply. He was very curious about where Han Ju obtained the Buzhou Divine Mountain. Time passed quickly. Another 1,000 years passed quickly. Han Ju opened his eyes and looked at the Buzhou Divine Mountain first. The current Buzhou Divine Mountain was 9 trillion kilometers tall. It could connect to 9 heavens. It was unknown how long it was, but it stretched for more than 10 regions. Countless living beings lived on the Buzhou Divine Mountain. Their providence was boundless. Li Daokong had also reached the late stage of the pseudo-sage realm because of this. Li Daokong had already accepted hundreds of thousands of disciples. Their potentials were all different. Even Han Yu had become his disciple. In just 1,000 years, the Buzhou Divine Mountain had already become a major force in the immortal world that could not be underestimated. However, this colossus did not reveal its ambitions and was not a threat to the other factions for the time being. The current immortal world was becoming more and more interesting. The heavenly race, the famous race, the demons, the loose heaven sect, the sage sect, the human race, the Buzhou Divine Mountain, the Divine Palace, the Dragon Palace, the underworld, and so on were all complicated. Han Ju could finally experience the feeling of a sage. He was high and mighty. Everything was in his control. It was like playing chess, but when the game annoyed you, you could overturn it. However, relying on your own skills to win against your opponent was even more satisfying than overturning the game. Han Ju was playing chess now. After cultivating for so long, it was quite interesting to occasionally plot. Now, the sages did not dare to target him, including his forces, which made him very bored. Han Ju wasn't in a hurry. As the hidden sect's size increased, the sages would react sooner or later. Han Ju looked at Han Yu. This guy was cultivating in a small corner of the Buzhou Divine Mountain. His karma with Li Daokong was very shallow. The two of them should have never met. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. With Li Daokong's personality, he probably did not have the time to see all the living beings on the mountain. Han Ju looked at Han Tuo now. This fellow had already proved himself in the Divine Palace. Even Jing Tiangong no longer made things difficult for him because this kid's cultivation level was quickly catching up to Yi Tian. Han Tuo's rise also stimulated Yi Tian. He no longer fought everywhere and was recently busy cultivating in seclusion. Peace is awesome. Han Ju sighed. He hoped that such a period of time would last for billions of years. At that time, his great Tao would definitely be invincible. When he was invincible, he wouldn't cause trouble. He would travel around and enjoy the chaotic scenery. Han Ju read the emails for a while more and continued cultivating happily. Divine Palace, in a dark palace. Jing Tiangong sat on the throne with a lazy posture. He wore a blood-patterned black robe and a crown. He was extremely dignified. A black shadow suddenly appeared in the hall. It swayed like a candle flame. Sect Master, it's not good for the disciples of the Divine Palace to have internal discord, the black shadow said in a low voice with a helpless tone. Jing Tiangong frowned. Why? Aren't there many disciples who are discouraged because their potential is inferior? The black shadow smiled bitterly. It's not about potential, but the legend of the Dark Forbidden Lord is too distant. Many disciples don't believe it. Hearing this, Jing Tiangong frowned even more and cursed in a low voice, a bunch of ignorant worms. The black shadow said, the other disciples of the darkness sect have already infiltrated the various sections. The situation is roughly the same. The legends of the Dark Forbidden Lord are really too few. It's very difficult to believe. Jing Tiangong couldn't help but sigh. The black shadow was silent. After a long while, Jing Tiangong waved his sleeve and said, "Go down. I will ask the Dark Forbidden Lord." Soon, the terror of the Dark Forbidden Lord will be displayed to all living beings. Yes. The black shadow dissipated. Jing Tiangong looked up at the top of the hall. It was a scene of a galaxy, bright and beautiful. "Dark Forbidden Lord, when can you visit my dreams? I can't do it anymore." Jing Tiangong felt a little despair. Why did the Dark Forbidden Lord disappear after the calamity ended? At the Buzhou Divine Mountain, Han Tuo strolled through the mountains. Along the way, he could see many living beings cultivating. Fighting and killing were forbidden here, so it was very quiet. The living beings here didn't even dare to roar, afraid that they would alarm Li Daokong. Senior Li is truly powerful. He actually created such a divine mountain. Han Tuo sighed. Along the way, the Buzhou Divine Mountain's magnificence shocked him. Even as a deity realm existence, he felt tiny when facing the Buzhou Divine Mountain. The Khanate Qi on the mountain was extremely dense. It was not something that the Divine Palace Dao Field could compare to. Several days later, Han Tuo came to a cave. The goal of this trip was to find Han Yu. However, after coming here, he was immersed and delayed for a few days. Han Tuo had already captured the aura in the cave abode. It was Han Yu. "It's indeed my bloodline," Han Tuo muttered to himself as the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He didn't expect his descendant to be so outstanding. He suddenly felt that he was not alone. "Young friend inside, come out." As Han Tuo spoke, he subconsciously placed his hands behind his waist and assumed the posture of a senior. Han Yu carefully walked out of the cave abode. He was stunned when the sunlight shone on him. Han Tuo couldn't help but mutter, "Father." Han Yu frowned and asked warily, "Who are you? Why, are you calling me your father?" He didn't dare to say anything else, afraid that he would offend this person. He could sense that Han Tuo was stronger than him. Han Tuo came back to his senses. His gaze softened as he smiled and said, "My name is Han Tuo." Han Tuo. Han Yu's eyes widened. He had not forgotten this name. Clang! Han Yu drew his sword and charged at him. Han Tuo frowned and flicked his finger. Han Yu was sent flying and crashed into the mountain wall. He gritted his teeth and stood up. He wanted to continue attacking, but he was suppressed by a powerful dermic power. He wasn't the only one. Han Tuo couldn't move, either. Han Tuo turned to look at the top of the mountain and said, "Senior Li, I'm sorry. We won't fight anymore. He's my descendant. I'm here to find him." Li Daokong did not reply, but the dermic powers that bound the two dissipated. Han Yu gritted his teeth. "Why are you looking for me?" Han Tuo understood why he was so angry. After all, the Han family had been wiped out. "Now that I'm one of the Divine Palace's leaders, I have some authority. Follow me and suffer less in the future," Han Tuo said patiently. Han Yu snorted. "No. Why? Back then, I begged you, but you didn't reply. Now, I won't beg you anymore. Do you think it's my fault that the Han family was destroyed?" Han Yu was silent. This matter was indeed not related to Han Tuo. It could only be said that the Han family was too weak and couldn't protect itself. He took a deep breath and said, "It's indeed not your fault, but I won't go with you. Han Tuo, just you wait. I'll surpass you sooner or later. I'll wait for the day you ask me for help." Chapter 587 Controlling the Divine Palace, Constantly Planning. Chapter 587 Controlling the Divine Palace, Constantly Planning. Facing Han Yu's shouting, Han Tuo shook his head and laughed. He wasn't angry. This kid didn't understand the importance of potential. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't compare to him. Han Tuo also understood his potential. He already had the chaotic physique. Only a few people in the world could reach this realm. As his own descendant, he could tell that his bloodline was diluted through the generations. No matter how strong Han Yu's potential was, it would not be that strong. Han Tuo asked, "Are you really not coming with me?" "No." "Fine." Han Tuo did not stand on ceremony and left. Han Yu watched him leave with a complicated expression until he disappeared on the other side of the mountain range. "Humph. Just you wait." Han Yu snorted and entered the cave abode. He didn't hate Han Tuo. He only wanted to prove to him that he did not need to rely on his ancestor. No. Han Yu stopped in his tracks. He suddenly thought of that ancestor's ancestor. He had been in the immortal world for so long, but he had never encountered that ancestor. He had a feeling that that ancestor was definitely an extraordinary existence. I have to prove it to him. Han Yu's fighting spirit soared and his eyes became firm. At the same time, on the peak of the Buzhou Divine Mountain, in an ordinary-looking stone hall, Li Daokong was thinking. This child looks so similar to the sect master. I actually didn't notice that the Han family was wiped out and only he survived. Li Daokong pinched his fingers to deduce Han Tuo's descendant and learned of the Han family's situation. He suddenly felt that Han Ju might have specially arranged for Han Yu to survive. Could it be that this kid possessed potential that he was unable to see through? The more Li Daokong thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. After all, Han Yu was too similar to Han Ju. Another 1,000 years passed. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website myboxnovel.com. Thanks. Han Ju left his cultivation state on time. He pinched his fingers to deduce and deduced Han Tuo and Han Yu's encounter. He was amused. There was a good show to watch. If there were no accidents, it was impossible for Han Yu to threaten Han Tuo. Han Ju thought for a moment and decided to support Han Yu and let him provoke Han Tuo in the future. Of course, he wouldn't reveal this thought to prevent Han Yu from thinking too much. He wasn't afraid that Han Tuo would be agitated after knowing the truth. He had helped Han Tuo many times in the dark. If this kid was still an ingrate, he would throw him into the primordial heavenly prison. In Han Ju's heart, no one was more important than himself. This was also the reason why he could reach this point. If he risked everything for others, Han Ju might have died on the path of cultivation already. We'll see in the future. Let him cultivate for a period of time first. Han Ju thought silently. There was still a long time. He didn't have to be rash and immediately help Han Yu. He started checking his emails. Your good friend Huang Zuantian was attacked by a mysterious pseudo-sage and was severely injured. Your disciple Ji Xianxian was cursed by a mysterious curse. Your good friend Zhang Guxing was cursed by a mysterious curse. Your son Han Tuo was cursed by a mysterious curse and was severely injured. Your good friend Immortal Emperor Samsara was cursed by a mysterious curse. Your good friend Empress Huda discussed the Tao with a mysterious sage. Her cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Jing Tiangong has cursed too many times and has encountered heavenly punishment. He has developed mental demons. Your good friend Dijuan crossed the river of destiny and was attacked by an ancient chaotic deity. Huang Zuantian had indeed suffered a failure. Han Ju couldn't help but mourn for him. Huang Zuantian was already a pseudo-sage. It was very difficult for him to die in the immortal world, so Han Ju was not worried about his life. Looking down, Jing Tiangong was courting death. This fellow must have pretended to be the Dark Forbidden Lord and suffered a backlash. Han Ju decided to find him later. He also saw Dijuan being attacked by the ancient chaotic deity. These ancient existences were really rare. Existences like Ancestor Shitian, Jade Bodhi, Seven Tao Sage, Dijuan, and other transcendent great Tao existences rarely appeared in the emails, let alone being attacked. Their circle was too novel to Hanju. It was unknown what transcendent Tao expert and great Tao divine spirit would do other than cultivate. Was it boring? After becoming strong enough, there was nothing worth pursuing. It was indeed very boring. Hanju laughed at himself. He was really worrying for nothing. He continued reading. Almost all his good friends outside were moving. Without deducing, Hanju let his imagination run wild and found it very interesting. After reading all the emails, Hanju sent a dream to Jing Tiangong and used the image of the Dark Forbidden Lord. In the dream, Jing Tiangong was extremely excited. How many years had it been? The Dark Forbidden Lord had finally appeared. He knelt in front of Hanju and cried in joy. He didn't have the bearing of the previous sect master of the Jia school or a pseudosage at all. Hanju used the voice of the Dark Forbidden Lord to say, "Why are you pretending to be me recently and suffered the outcome of mental demons?" Jing Tiangong said in shame, "I just want you to show your power again. You're really powerful. You can actually sense that I'm suffering the backlash of the heavenly Tao." His eyes were filled with admiration. "What do you think about the Darkness sect and the Divine Palace?" Hanju asked. Jing Tiangong said, "The Darkness sect can only hide in the dark. I need the Divine Palace as a shell. Furthermore, it has great potential. They have two prodigies with the chaotic physique." I knew it. This fellow was going to the Divine Palace to be a traitor. Hanju said, "There's no need. Cultivate well and help the Divine Palace become stronger. One day, I will appear. Before that, don't act recklessly and don't harm yourself." Hearing this, Jing Tiangong was extremely touched. Hanju continued, "What you have to do now is to become as strong as possible." He thought for a moment and raised his finger to impart to him the 5 elements divine light. This mystical power was not created by him alone. It could be traced back to the mighty Kong Xian of the primordial world. After learning this mystical power, Hanju rarely used it, so he was not afraid that others would think of him. Caught off guard, Jing Tiangong was forcefully taught a mystical power. He couldn't move. After a long while, when Jing Tiangong opened his eyes, the dream had already ended. This mystical power is so domineering. Jing Tiangong was pleasantly surprised. The 5 elements divine light could forcefully snatch an enemy's dharma treasure and forcefully break through an array formation. Snatching treasures. There was nothing it couldn't capture. Jing Tiangong rejoiced in his heart. He had benefited from a disaster. At the same time, he was more determined. Following the Dark Forbidden Lord would definitely not be a loss. Inside the Taoist temple, Hanju was in a good mood. Jing Tiangong's loyalty made him very comfortable. After the calamity, it was very precious that Jing Tiangong still respected him. His only flaw was that this fellow was too reckless. The Divine Palace was already controlled by Hanju. It could even be said that Zhang Guxing was already controlled by him. If Zhang Guxing wanted to deal with him, with a command from Hanju, Jing Tiangong and Immortal Emperor Samsara would definitely attack him. This was the effect Hanju wanted. All the major forces were controlled by him, and the person in charge on the surface had nothing to do with him. Even if the person in charge failed, the punishment of the heavens would not fall on him. He could still enjoy these powers. Currently, Hanju didn't have any ulterior motives. He just wanted to make preparations in advance. Next, he would target the Dragon Palace and the demons. His disciple Long Hao could go to the Dragon Palace. Jiang Yi, Ada, and Xiao Er could go to the demons. However, the famous race had nothing to do with him. Hanju fell into deep thought. Against the famous race, who should be planted as a spy? Chapter 588 Heavenly Tao Providence Board. Chapter 588 Heavenly Tao Providence Board. Han Ju thought about it and decided to arrange for Tao's sovereign to join the famous race. However, he had to wait until Tao's sovereign became a pseudo-sage. Currently, the famous race did not have a pseudo-sage. If one was willing to help, they would definitely not reject him. Pseudo-sages were too rare. All those with a pseudo-sage were extraordinary forces. The power of the famous race was based on the number of clansmen and not the top cultivation. Tao's sovereign was still very far from the pseudo-sage realm. Han Ju put this matter aside and focused on cultivation. Plotting was only convenient. His cultivation was the most important. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, 3,000 years passed. Han Ju ended his seclusion and started to preach the Tao for the hidden sect. Just like before, he preached for 100 years. Before the disciples could recover, Han Ju quietly left. 4 years later, Han Ju heard a voice. "Fellow Taoist Han, we have something to discuss. It involves the next sage position. You can come to the Universal Hall." It was Heavenly Venerate Xian Du's voice. Han Ju hesitated for a moment before asking in his mind, "Will my life be in danger if I go this time?" After staying at home for so long, he also wanted to go out for a walk. 4 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. It had been a long time since his lifespan was deducted. Han Ju was not used to it. No, without the word temporary, there was nothing threatening. Han Ju immediately relaxed and headed towards the 33rd heaven. The door of the Universal Hall opened. Han Ju flew into the hall and saw that the South Extreme Heavenly Venerate and Sect Master Tian Ju had already arrived. The two sages nodded at him. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du sat behind and looked at him calmly. The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate took a step forward and smiled warmly. "Fellow Taoist Han, you're finally willing to come out. I thought you wouldn't come again." Han Ju said, "I came out to take a breath of fresh air. I might be absent from the next few gatherings to cultivate." "Oh. You're already so strong. Why are you still cultivating so diligently?" "To protect myself when the next calamity comes." If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Com. Thanks. The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate shook his head and laughed. To protect himself. The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate couldn't forget the scene of Han Ju forcefully killing the Tao Heavenly Devil. Was that the power to protect himself? Sect Master Tian Ju also came up to greet him. However, Heavenly Venerate Xian Du didn't say anything. 5 minutes later, the other sages arrived one after another. Qiu Shilai and Heavenly Venerate Wufa only nodded slightly at Han Ju. It was difficult to imagine that these two sages were already his slaves. After the sages gathered, Heavenly Venerate Xian Du said, "I called you here today to discuss whether we should leave the Heavenly Tao ranking." Fuxishan asked curiously, "What is the Heavenly Tao ranking?" "The ranking list set for all living beings can promote the fighting spirit of all living beings," Heavenly Venerate Xian Du replied. Han Ju had a strange expression. Fortunately, the divine light of the sun and moon yin-yang protection covered his face. "Ranking? Are you playing an online game?" The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate raised his eyebrows and asked, "What ranking? Could it be cultivation?" "Cultivation can't directly determine strength." Emperor Shao said, "Tao discussion ranking. Let's talk about Dharma treasures." Everyone knows that you gave the Divine Might Buddha a heavenly Tao and numinous treasure. What's a heavenly Tao and numinous treasure? You can take out one. Qiu Shilai and the South Extreme Heavenly Venerate began to bicker. These two sages always targeted each other. The other sages were already used to it. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du said, "How about ranking it according to the providence of the Heavenly Tao? We pursue the prosperity of the Heavenly Tao and not the order of the wilderness where the strong eat the weak." The sages felt that it made sense. Han Ju also looked at Heavenly Venerate Xian Du in a new light. If it was really ranked according to strength, Han Ju would have to look down on him. It was difficult to say about providence. Some living beings might not have a strong cultivation level, but they had contributed to all living beings in the heavenly Tao. If it was ranked according to the providence of the heavenly Tao, a pseudo-sage might not be ranked at the top. After the sages agreed, Heavenly Venerate Xian Du began to cast his spell. It had to be said that Heavenly Venerate Xian Du was very capable. He could have done it directly, but he had to ask the sages and give them face. Li Mui's EQ was not so high. He was even petty and suspicious. From the beginning to the end, Heavenly Venerate Xian Du did not develop any favorable impression or hatred towards Han Ju. It was as if Li Mui was not killed by Han Ju. No sage mentioned this matter again as if it had never happened. An hour later. We sages have decided together to create the Heavenly Tao Providence Board. All living beings in the various worlds can see the top million providence beings in the various worlds in their meditation. The providence of the immortal world is in the top 5. You can obtain the sage position before the Heavenly Tao is ripe. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du's voice resounded throughout the myriad worlds. The sages also left. Han Ju returned to the Taoist temple. The living beings in the 100-peak Immortal River were discussing the Heavenly Tao Providence Board. Han Ju closed his eyes and checked the board. A golden scroll appeared in his mind. He pulled it down, listing 1,000,000 names. First place was Li Dao Kong. The merit providence of the Buzhou Divine Mountain was too huge. Han Ju wasn't familiar with the following names. As the leader of the heavenly race, Ji Xianxian was actually ranked outside the top 10. Interesting. Next, all living beings would definitely fight for providence. There would definitely be battles, but overall, it would promote the development of the heavenly Tao. The providence of the heavenly Tao was not just obtained from killing. If one killed too many, negative karma that went against providence would also appear. Most importantly, it was to contribute to the heavenly Tao, such as creating a race, providence sect, preaching the Tao, teaching the Tao, creating a world, and so on. Great Loose Heaven, who created the first mortal world, was ranked 18th. The sages were not on the list, but for this list, they would definitely help their disciples. Han Ju watched for a while and then started cultivating the Heavenly Tao Providence Board would last for a long time. He didn't have to do anything for now. It depended on the other sages' plans. In an absolutely dark space, a beam of light alternated between illusion and reality. When he got closer, he saw that the light was emitted by a floating island. The island was filled with countless purple crystals, causing the environment on the island to be extremely dense. There were mountains and rivers on the island, forming a world of its own. However, many purple crystals were also growing on the mountains and trees. In a crystal bamboo forest, the evil heavenly emperor was meditating and cultivating. Black chi coiled around his body and occasionally transformed into the shadows of fiend celestials, fighting each other. The evil heavenly emperor wore a dragon-patterned black robe and had domineering makeup. He was terrifying and oppressive. The murderous aura between his brows was extremely heavy. From his appearance, it made others feel that he was a terrifying demon. The once dignified heavenly emperor was already like a completely different person. The evil heavenly emperor suddenly opened his eyes and saw a figure appear in front of him. His true appearance could not be seen. "What is it?" Evil heavenly emperor asked. The figure in the purple crystal let out a hoarse voice. "I've already swallowed 5 little heavenly Tao. You can choose one." Hearing this, the evil heavenly emperor was moved. So fast. Where are those sages? Either dead or escaped. Alright, give me your greatest little heavenly Tao. Yes, evil heavenly emperor. Don't disappoint me. In at most 10 billion years, I will sweep through the immortal world sooner or later. At that time, you will face all the living beings in the immortal world. Don't worry, I won't disappoint you, the evil heavenly emperor replied confidently with anticipation in his eyes. He was looking forward to that day. Chapter 589 Transforming into a Fiend Celestial. Chapter 589 Transforming into a Fiend Celestial. After the Heavenly Tao Providence Board was established, the immortal world surged. From time to time, the voice of a mighty figure resounded in the heavens. This era was even more prosperous than the immortal world before the calamity. Han Ju felt that this was his contribution. If not for him, the heavenly Tao would have been destroyed by the Tao heavenly devil after it restarted. If not for him, the sages would have fought openly and secretly. The immortal world would still be barren now. Sigh. Han Ju felt that he was so noble. Just like that, another 1,000 years passed. Han Ju was getting closer and closer to the perfected primordial chaos zenith heaven golden immortal realm. Breaking through before reaching 100,000 years should not be a problem. After reaching perfection, he could look forward to the freedom sage realm. One step at a time. He walked very steadily. Han Ju opened his eyes and looked at the figure kneeling outside the Taoist temple. Murong Qi. It had been tens of thousands of years since this child came to visit him alone. 4 years ago, when he came, Han Ju didn't let him in immediately because of his OCD, so he knelt for 4 years. The door to the Taoist temple suddenly opened. Murong Qi was pleasantly surprised. He hurriedly stood up and quickly walked into the Taoist temple. After entering the temple, Murong Qi knelt down and bowed. What is it? Grandmaster, I want to be like Uncle Master Su Qi. Yes. Han Ju sized him up. In the past, he trusted and looked forward to Murong Qi's development. However, this fellow's potential was not good. Now, Han Ju usually didn't think of him. Murong Qi was already at the 6 mystic divine origin realm. He could be considered fast among the personal disciples, but he couldn't break through to the zenith heaven realm. Grandmaster, this matter isn't Uncle Master Su Qi's fault. I went to ask him, but he didn't answer. I guessed it. I guessed that you have the ability to change the potential of a disciple. No matter what you need me to do, I can do it. Murong Qi said seriously. He yearned to become stronger too much. He was once the war god of the divine palace, but in the hidden sect, his potential was mediocre. Not to mention the other personal disciples, even some in-name disciples had better potential than him. Han Ju said, you might die. I'm not absolutely certain it'll work. I'm willing. I won't regret it even if I die. I believe you definitely have such a plan. I'm willing to use it as an experiment and sacrifice for the future of the other disciples. If I can succeed, I will definitely repay the hidden sect in you, Murong Qi replied very firmly. If it was any other disciple, Han Ju would definitely not agree. This would waste his energy. However, facing Murong Qi, he was still soft-hearted. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. If Murong Qi's potential increased, he would be more suitable to be the eldest disciple of the hidden sect than Tao Sovereign. Are you ready? All right. Excited, Murong Qi's body trembled. Han Ju's eyes narrowed. Murong Qi's body turned into dust, leaving only his soul. Murong Qi was stunned. Before he could react, Han Ju directly took him into the primordial world. In a corner of the primordial world, 173 Fiend Celestial Qi floated together. Su Qi was already carrying a ball of Fiend Celestial Qi. Han Ju had already decided which chaotic Fiend Celestial to choose. Combat Fiend Celestial. The Fiend Celestial who lived to fight was a perfect match for Murong Qi's War God title. It could be seen that Han Ju favored Murong Qi. He wrapped Murong Chi's soul with his dermic powers and pushed it towards the Fiend Celestial Chi of the combat Fiend Celestial. Han Ju could produce Fiend Celestial Chi not only because of the grand unity aspect, but also because the primordial world had the nebulous primordial Chi, the chaotic origin stone, and other supreme treasures. With many conditions combined, there was a possibility of producing a chaotic Fiend Celestial. It was only a possibility. When Murong Chi's soul fused with the combat Fiend Celestial, an unprecedented pain caused him to roar. Han Ju didn't seem to hear it and continued to fuse. Murong Chi was also very firm. He only roared instinctively and did not complain. After 300 years, Murong Chi and the combat Fiend Celestial finally condensed together. To completely fuse them still required a long time. In front of the Fiend Celestial Chi, Murong Chi's soul was so weak. If not for Han Ju's protection, he might have died already. Next was to let Murong Chi adapt to the Fiend Celestial Chi. During this process, Murong Chi endured extreme pain. On the other side, Murong Chi's disappearance attracted the attention of the other personal disciples. Li Xian'eo took the opportunity to find Han Ju. After knowing that Murong Chi was sent by Han Ju for a secret mission, he didn't ask anymore. Sect Master, what do you think about the famous race? Li Xian'eo asked very humbly. Han Ju saw through his thoughts. This fellow wanted to take the opportunity to get closer to him. Just speak your mind. Li Xian'eo trembled in fear and hurriedly said, I discovered that sages are supporting the famous race, but there are no famous zenith heavens or pseudo-sages among them. I guess that the sages supporting the famous race are lone sages like Emperor Shao and Fuxician. The famous race take in famous living beings in the heavens. This intention is very wide and is very recognized by the heavenly Tao. Their future is limitless. The hidden sect can arrange it in advance. His thoughts were the same as his. Han Ju suddenly thought of Murong Chi. If Murong Chi succeeded, it would be more suitable. I know what to do. The next batch of disciples with limitless potential can go to the famous race. Sect Master is wise. I have connections in the famous race. You can tell the leader in advance and let him be prepared. Li Xian'eo did not say anything else. He bowed and left. It was impossible for the famous race to reject the hidden sect's support. After all, the hidden sect was a sage force. Just like in the ancient times in Han Ju's previous life, the sage sect was an aristocratic family. With the coming of chaos, the aristocratic families would invest everywhere. No matter which ambitious person won, the aristocratic families would benefit and survive. The opponents of the famous race, demons, and other races would never be the sage sect because it was impossible to defeat them. On the contrary, if they accepted the support of the sages, they could climb higher. Han Ju continued to stare at Murong Chi. Although he could multitask, his cultivation was still affected. This was also an important reason why Han Ju was unwilling to let every disciple transform into a chaotic fiend celestial. No matter how strong the disciples were, they couldn't catch up to him. He nurtured disciples only to make it more convenient for himself and the future. While Murong Chi transformed into a chaotic fiend celestial, the immortal world was also changing violently. More and more mighty figures appeared and shocked the immortal world. Li Daokong had always occupied the top of the Heavenly Tao Providence Board. The rankings behind him kept changing. Ji Xianchen also forcefully entered the top 10. The heavenly race immortals preached everywhere to protect the weak living beings. The statues of the immortals stood everywhere in the immortal world, and the power of faith transformed into providence. Days passed and the world changed. 3,000 years passed. Murong Chi finally adapted to the fiend celestial Chi. Without Han Ju's protection, he would have long been devoured by it. Han Ju could finally cultivate in peace. Before this, he looked at Han Tuo. This fellow was preaching to his disciples. The current Han Tuo had already accepted hundreds of disciples, and there were more than 1,000 grand disciples. All of them were not mortals. Not bad. He became more and more used to his identity as a divine palace elder. Han Ju looked at Han Yu next. His expression became strange. Why was Han Yu cultivating beside Li Daokong? Han Ju counted with his fingers. Han Yu had become Li Daokong's disciple. Chapter 590 Li Yao creates a sect. Chapter 590 Li Yao creates a sect. This fellow is quite capable. He wanted to take me in as his disciple in the past. Now that he sees that Han Yu looks like me, he took him in. He's truly ambitious. Han Ju cursed silently. He was inexplicably unhappy to see Li Daokong accept Han Yu as his disciple. When Li Daokong returned, he had to give him an earful. Ever since he had become Li Daokong's disciple, Han Yu's cultivation level had increased day by day. He had also learned many Sword Dao mystical powers and became a true sword cultivator. Li Daokong treated Han Yu very well and even gave him a Heavenly Dao numinous treasure sword. Heavenly Dao numinous treasures were rare treasures even to sages. Seeing this sword, Han Ju's impression of Li Daokong improved again. Since he treated Han Yu sincerely, he was giving Han Ju face. Han Yu was finally settled. His cultivation in the future would definitely be smooth sailing. Even if Han Ju did not give him a back door, he could still become an expert. Li Daokong only had one disciple. Just as Han Ju was spying on Han Yu, someone came to visit him. Li Yao. Since Han Ju was free, he let her in. Li Yao walked in front of him. Although the two of them were already Dao companions, she didn't act too impudently and was still a little respectful. Is the Heavenly Dao Providence Board very important? I want to fight for the sage position, Li Yao said bluntly. Han Ju said, you're only a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. You're still far from becoming a sage. It's indeed far, but the accumulation of providence also needs time. Li Yao said seriously, the more sages there are in the hidden sect, the better. Li Daokong has the potential to become a sage, but he only joined us after he became stronger. I'm worried about him. Han Ju smiled and said, this isn't like you. Li Yao said helplessly, all right, it's actually the thoughts of the other personal disciples. Han Ju's heart warmed slightly. He didn't think that the personal disciples were selfish. If they were all thinking for him, they would definitely take turns to ask Han Ju for the method to attain the Tao. They had chosen Li Yao to come because they saw the relationship between him and her and it was easier to convince him. Han Ju could see favorability, but it wouldn't last forever. Even 6-star favorability might also decrease. What do you think? Han Ju asked. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. Li Yao said, I plan to bring Dao Comprehension Sword, Fairy Shi Xian, Xian Qing Jun, and Chang Yuer out to create a providence sect for women or female living beings. Such a sect has yet to appear. There's an opportunity. Han Ju felt that it was feasible. What about Xing Hongxian and Tu Linger? Why aren't they going? Li Yao said, Miss Xing said that she wanted to cultivate diligently and give birth to a child for you. She wants to bear a prodigy. Tu Linger said that her identity is special and not suitable to go out. Han Ju was caught between laughter and tears. These two girls definitely wanted to find him later in private. Yes, you can choose some female disciples from the 100-peak Immortal River. When you decide to go out, just speak. I can hear you. You don't have to look for me. Thank you, Sect Master. Oh. You're still calling me Sect Master. Li Yao blushed when she heard that, but she hesitated and could not change her tone. Han Ju didn't force her and let her leave. Several months later. Li Yao, Xian Qing Jun, Fairy Shi Xian, and Chang Yue left with more than 500 female disciples. These female disciples were all immortal emperors. With Li Yao leading the way, Han Ju was not worried. If something really happened, he could sense it as long as it was in the immortal world. Time passed. 241 years later. My name is Li Yao. My master is the immeasurable merit divine might heavenly sage. Today, I establish the Holy Mother sect and will take in all the women in the world as my disciples. I will teach you the sacred technique. No matter race or cultivation level, you can come to the orchid-sinking region's Qilian mountain range to join us. Li Yao's voice resounded through the myriad worlds. Her tone was solemn, making Han Ju very glad. She could already hold her own. However, this name. Han Ju couldn't help but think of something else. Putting aside the biases of his previous life, the Holy Mother, one, had a high status in the immortal world and could not be tainted. The other personal disciples didn't look for Han Ju, which made him very satisfied. Only a pseudo-sage could leave. This was an iron rule. He couldn't change it. Unless Han Ju agreed. Yeah. This was a double standard. Han Ju was already close to 90,000 years old. Not in the mood to cultivate, he stood up to preach the Tao. 13th Heaven, Heavenly Race Main Hall. Ji Xianxian sat on the emperor's throne. His expression changed as the immortals in the hall discussed. The sect master of the Holy Mother sect is said to be a zenith heaven cultivator. Isn't immeasurable merit divine might heavenly sage the master of the hidden sect? Ha ha ha, our hidden sect has a deep foundation. Are you shocked? The first establishment of the Holy Mother sect is supported by the hidden sect. The heavenly race should go and congratulate them. It can be considered a public edict. I think so. The immortals discussed enthusiastically. The hidden sect had sent too many immortal emperors to the heavenly race, which was already equivalent to half of the hidden sect. The heavenly god general noticed that something was wrong with Ji Xianxian and asked, "Heavenly ancestor, what are you thinking?" With that said, the gods quietened down and looked at Ji Xianxian. The expressions of some immortals became subtle. They were all from the hidden sect. When Li Xianao left, he had instructed them not to forget their true identities. They were disciples of the hidden sect. If Ji Xianxian dared to express his dissatisfaction with the hidden sect, they would definitely not tolerate it. In their opinion, without the hidden sect, how could the heavenly race be where they were today? Ji Xianxian said, the heavenly race naturally has to congratulate the establishment of the Holy Mother sect. However, the orchid-sinking region is the territory of the Jia school. Recently, they have been preparing to attack the demons and have formed an alliance with our heavenly race, the immortals frowned. The Jia school was a sage sect. If the Holy Mother sect established a sect in their territory, there would definitely be conflict. It was not good for the heavenly race to help anyone. The heavenly god general also frowned. Be it the hidden sect or the Jia school, they couldn't provoke any one of them. The divine general said, actually, we don't have to worry. We will definitely visit the Holy Mother sect. As for the Jia school, we'll try our best to help. Compared to the orchid-sinking region, the Jia school is more ambitious. An old immortal said, what if they want us to make a choice? The divine general was silent. Just destroy the Jia school, then. A hidden sect disciple snorted, his tone wild. The other immortals of the hidden sect agreed. They were from the hidden sect and knew that Li Yao's status in the sect was not simple. It was very easy to choose between the two. Ji Xianxian cursed silently. What was he thinking? With Han Ju behind him, what was there to be afraid of? He had to choose the Holy Mother sect. In a Taoist temple in the Jia school, Huang Zuantian was meditating when a disciple rushed in and said, Sect Master, the mountain range occupied by the Holy Mother sect is a spirit meridian of our sect. What should we do? The Holy Mother sect's master was the immeasurable merit divine might heavenly sage's disciple. They had no choice but to be cautious and not rashly offend her. Huang Zuantian opened his eyes and said, "The Qilian mountain range will directly belong to the Holy Mother sect. Send someone to visit them with a huge gift to state our intentions to be on good terms with the Holy Mother sect." He was in a good mood. In his opinion, the appearance of the Holy Mother sect was a good thing. Han Ju finally made a move to support him. After the Holy Mother sect became stronger, they could join forces with the Jie school. They couldn't be too strong. As for whether the Holy Mother sect would affect them, Huang Zuantian was not worried at all. He had always thought that he was a hidden sect disciple. Could the position of sect master of the Jie school compare to Han Ju's trust? 1. Traditionally refers to a kind-hearted person, but the internet made it a negative term for a person that urges kindness but is hypocritical and selfish or ignorant and incompetent and causes more harm than good in their self-believed good actions. Chapter 591 90,000 Years Old, Birth Immortal World. Chapter 591 90,000 Years Old, Birth Immortal World. After receiving Huang Zuantian's order, the Jie school disciples immediately left. Several days later, the Jie school sent an envoy to congratulate the Holy Mother sect. Another few days passed. The heavenly race also went to congratulate the Holy Mother sect. Two top factions supported the new sect. The Holy Mother sect's level instantly increased. News spread throughout the immortal world in a short period of time, and the limelight was unparalleled. 10 years later, the disciples of the Holy Mother sect began to increase. The immortal world was too vast and the nearby Jie school's territory. The living beings who wanted to join the Holy Mother sect had to travel mountains and rivers. Han Ju was very satisfied when he saw that the Holy Mother sect was flourishing. He continued to cultivate. Year after year passed. 3 lines of words suddenly appeared in front of him. Detected that you are 90,000 years old. You have the following choices. 1. Exit seclusion immediately and head to the deity realm of the ruins of End to pursue the Great Tao. You can obtain a heavenly Tao spirit stone, a great Tao fragment, and a mystical power inheritance. 2. Cultivate in a low-profile manner and avoid karma. You can obtain a great Tao fragment and a chance to upgrade the Tao field. Upgrade the Tao field. Finally. It had been a long time. Han Ju directly chose the second option. You chose to cultivate in a low-profile manner and obtained a great Tao fragment and a chance to upgrade the Tao field. The Tao field has begun to upgrade. It took time to level up the Tao field. Han Ju stopped waiting and focused on cultivating. He was getting closer and closer to the perfected primordial chaos zenith heaven golden immortal realm. 100 years later. The Tao field has been upgraded. The array formation has been upgraded to the Great Tao Supreme level. The Tao field's internal space has been expanded. Tao field immortal Qi has increased by 10 times. Connate Qi has increased by 10 times. The Tao field can block the prying of Tao creator-level existences. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. Tao Creator. The meaning of creating the Great Tao. Han Ju thought silently and felt safe. Even if Dijuan and Ancestor Shijian attacked, they shouldn't be able to rush in. Han Ju adjusted his state of mind and continued cultivating. Time passed. After the birth of the Holy Mother sect, more Zenith Heaven sects appeared. The connection between the mortal worlds and the immortal world became closer and closer. Mortals constantly came to the immortal world, and many living beings from the immortal world also went to the mortal worlds. They complemented each other and improved together. The heavenly Tao's providence was becoming stronger because of this. Compared to before the calamity, the immortal world was even more prosperous and peaceful. In such a dazzling era, all living beings were cultivating diligently. Although there were conflicts, they were not too tragic. The main focus was to fight for providence and earn the heavenly Tao merit. Time flew. 3,000 years passed. Han Ju finally attracted the opportunity to break through. He opened his eyes and adjusted his Tao heart. With the opportunity to break through, he first looked at Han Tuo. Recently, this fellow had not been cultivating in seclusion. Instead, he had been fighting everywhere and expanding the Divine Palace's territory. Han Ju looked at Han Yu next. This guy did not stay on the Buzhou Divine Mountain. Instead, he traveled around and had already arrived near the Jie school. Be it Huang Zuntian, Li Yao, or the others, if they saw Han Yu, they would definitely guess his relationship with Han Ju, so he was still very safe. During the time that Han Ju was in seclusion, Han Tuo and Han Yu encountered many things and had abundant experiences. Among them, Han Yu and a woman developed a romantic relationship. Han Yu wanted to be responsible for it, but the other party rejected him. The reason why he was rejected was that his cultivation was too weak. This was a huge blow to Han Yu. He didn't mention Li Dao Kong because he wanted to rely on his own strength to prove it. Han Ju looked at the Holy Mother sect again. It had developed very smoothly and had more than 10,000 disciples now. The Jie school and the heavenly race also sent cultivation resources to them from time to time, as if they were fighting to rope in the Holy Mother sect. Not bad. The Holy Mother sect's rapid rise had already allowed Li Yao to enter the Heavenly Tao Providence Board. Although her ranking was at the 900,000 mark, it was a good beginning. Han Ju's gaze landed on the three pure sacred ancestor. This fellow had always been in seclusion, and he rarely paid attention to him. Han Ju raised his eyebrows and looked to be deep in thought. The three pure sacred ancestor, who was hiding in his Taoist temple, was wrapped by a strange gray aura that was trying to sever his connection with the heavenly Tao. Han Ju pinched his fingers to deduce. He couldn't guess who did it. He had to use the derivation function to deduce. 4 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. A figure appeared in Han Ju's mind. It was him. Han Ju was enlightened. He was not surprised. Instead, he felt that it should be him. It was done by Heavenly Venerate Xian Du. The three pure sacred ancestor was originally controlled by Li Muyi. After Li Muyi died, Heavenly Venerate Xian Du inherited the sage position. It was normal for him to target the three pure sacred ancestor. The three pure sacred ancestors' identity was too important. He was invincible in the immortal world and was definitely an extremely important pawn to sages. Han Ju thought for a moment and moved the three pure sacred ancestor in front of him. Then, he used absolute purification on him and the system's power to eliminate the Heavenly Venerate's control. The three pure sacred ancestor heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Han Ju. Han Ju asked, "When did Heavenly Venerate Xian Du find you?" The three pure sacred ancestor said, "Several hundred years ago. He said that he could help me escape the Heavenly Tao's control. But you will be controlled by him." I had my doubts, but the three pure sacred ancestor revealed a rare expression of humanity. Han Ju said, "Work for me well. It's not so good outside the immortal world. Don't be fooled." Understood. After being enslaved by the primordial heavenly prison, the three pure sacred ancestor only listened to Han Ju. After the absolute purification ended, Han Ju put the three pure sacred ancestor back. He wasn't afraid of being discovered by Heavenly Venerate Xian Du. Repeating absolute purification would deduct a large amount of his lifespan. It was better to warn him to give up. Before long, Heavenly Venerate Xian Du sent you a dream. Do you accept? Han Ju hesitated for a moment before choosing to accept it. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du was not his match, so the dream should not threaten him. Previously, when he went to the 33rd heaven, he was afraid that an unknown enemy was hidden. In the dream, Han Ju and Heavenly Venerate Xian Du stood in a resplendent galaxy. Looking up, Hanju felt that this galaxy looked familiar. It was like the Milky Way. Heavenly Venerate Xian-Du stared at him and said, "Fellow Taoist, do you want the three pure sacred ancestor?" Hanju said, "Yes, it's the price Li Mui paid for plotting against me. The three pure sacred ancestor has already submitted to me. I hope you can give me face." The two of them confronted each other with a solemn atmosphere. After a long while, Heavenly Venerate Xian-Du said, "Forget it, I'll give him to you. However, I have something that I hope you can help me with." "What is it?" "There have been more than 10 immeasurable calamities established by the heavenly Tao. A long time ago, a mighty figure called Jin Yuanzi left the immortal world and established the Earth Immortal World in unknown territory. The Earth Immortal World developed very well, and Jin Yuanzi even obtained the Tao ancestors' help." Jin Yuanzi, Earth Immortal World. Could it be the world where the solar system of Earth was located? Hanju thought. Heavenly Venerate Xian-Du continued, "Jin Yuanzi absorbed the Earth Immortal World's providence and transcended the Great Tao. He also nurtured a chaotic fiend celestial called the Destruction Fiend Celestial. I'm afraid he has ill intentions. Now, Jin Yuanzi has already abandoned the Earth Immortal World. I plan to annex the Earth Immortal World and use it to devour him." Hanju asked, "What should I do?" "It was a little dangerous." Heavenly Venerate Xian-Du said, "Join forces with me and create a special space to recruit a portion of the living beings in the Earth Immortal World. As our pawns, they will cross the river of destiny of the Earth Immortal World and erase Jin Yuanzi's insignia in it until the Earth Immortal World is completely separated from him." Chapter 592 Reincarnation Space, Primordial Chaos Buddha. Chapter 592 Reincarnation Space, Primordial Chaos Buddha, a special space that recruited living beings from the Earth Immortal World. This method was a little familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Hanju was secretly curious. Heavenly Venerate Xian-Du continued, "Many mighty figures in the deity realm of the ruins of End have tried such methods. The effect is not bad. Furthermore, with them in front, it's very difficult for us to be suspected. We will choose a batch of living beings and attract them to do missions as a reward. We will erase the Earth Immortal World's River of Destiny. When the River of Destiny is in chaos and the Heavenly Tao collapses, the Earth Immortal World will belong to us." Wasn't this the over God space? Infinity genre? Hanju asked, "After success, who will the Earth Immortal World belong to?" "We can just create a force. We don't have to personally participate in this to prevent us from being unable to escape karma." Hanju cursed silently. It meant that if the matter was exposed, they could shift the blame. Hanju asked, "It's impossible for Jin Yuanzi not to notice, right? This matter is still too dangerous. I don't want to participate." Heavenly Venerate Xian-Du said, "Jin Yuanzi nurtured the Destruction Fiend Celestial with the intention to kill. If we obtain the Earth Immortal World, we will have a huge opportunity. My master guessed that the Earth Immortal World has the inheritance of the Tao ancestor, but Jin Yuanzi doesn't know this. If we obtain the Earth Immortal World, we can develop a second Heavenly Tao and have an extra path of life." Hanju asked, "Who else did you find?" "You and I are enough." Hanju asked silently in his mind, "Is what Heavenly Venerate Xian-Du said true? 4 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue?" "Continue." He's not lying. He was not lying. This meant that the content might not be true. Heavenly Venerate Xian-Du might only be guessing. However, it was fine as long as Heavenly Venerate Xian-Du was sincere. "I have to consider this." "You shouldn't be in a hurry, right?" Hanju said. Heavenly Venerate Xian-Du nodded. "I'll wait for you, but it can't be more than 1,000 years at most. I've already begun to create it." "All right." The dream ended. Hanju opened his eyes and asked in his mind, I want to know what the outcome will be if I trust Heavenly Venerate Xian Du and follow him. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. 4 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Hanju entered an illusion. He came to a mysterious hall. It was 1,000 feet wide and 10,000 feet long. The walls of the hall were transparent, and one could see the resplendent galaxy. Looking up, the top of the hall surged with chaotic chi. Looking forward, statues of different postures were standing on both sides. Hanju saw Su Qi standing opposite a mysterious man. The mysterious man said, the providence already belongs to us. Next, we can attack other space and annex other little heavenly Tao. Su Qi said, let's wait a little longer. The reincarnators are still too weak. They can't compare to other space. They aren't cultivating to gain strength in the first place. How can they wait? Su Qi was about to answer when the hall suddenly shook violently. A terrifying pressure descended. The surging chaotic chi at the top of the hall transformed into a huge face. Only its facial features could be seen, making it difficult to see its true appearance. Humph, how dare you steal my earth immortal world? You're courting death. The hall in front of Hanju turned into dust at a speed visible to the naked eye. Su Qi and the mysterious man wanted to escape, but they were blocked by an invisible force and could only turn into dust. The illusion ended. Hanju showed a frown. Was he destined to fail? I want to know Jin Yuanzi's cultivation level. Hanju continued to ask. He had to figure out the enemy's strength first before deciding if he should participate. 50 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? 50 billion years. Not bad. But it was not too ridiculous. Continue. Jin Yuanzi, late stage of the Freedom Sage realm, ancestor of the Earth immortal world, immeasurable emperor, the late stage of the Freedom Sage realm was not too strong. Even if he offended him, could the other party enter his Tao field to deal with him? Hanju fell into deep thought. Actually, he felt that he could cooperate with Heavenly Venerate Xian Du in any case, he was sending pawns and not his main body. If Heavenly Venerate Xian Du and I carry out the plan, how long until Jin Yuanzi notices? 50 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. At least 1 billion years. Currently, he is in seclusion in a certain great Tao land, isolated from the outside world. 1 billion years. What was there to fear? 1 billion years later, Hanju could definitely crush Jin Yuanzi with one hand. Hanju began to think about his disciples. He couldn't let the personal disciples go, what if something happened? Hanju suddenly thought of someone. Immortal Emperor Samsara. Immortal Emperor Samsara was very suitable to lead the reincarnators. Hanju immediately sent a dream to Immortal Emperor Samsara and told him about this. Immortal Emperor Samsara fell silent. Hanju was not in a hurry and waited patiently. After a long while, Immortal Emperor Samsara asked, is there a chance to become a sage in this matter? Hanju said, the earth immortal world forms a heavenly Tao and can naturally support a sage. In addition, I also have a way for you to become a sage. If you do well, I won't mistreat you. You don't have to worry. I'm working with the Heavenly Venerate Xian. Do you have the support of 2 sages, the 2 strongest in the immortal world? Immortal Emperor Samsara suddenly thought of something. Should we bring this matter to the Divine Palace? I definitely need manpower. Hanju shook his head. You can't be too ostentatious. As for subordinates, you can just bring your trusted aides. All right. Immortal Emperor Samsara agreed to this matter, and Hanju asked him to prepare manpower. After that, Hanju didn't inform Heavenly Venerate Xian Du immediately but started cultivating. There was no need to be so anxious if the deadline was in 1,000 years. 300 years later. Han Ju sent a dream to Heavenly Venerate Xian Du and said that he agreed to his proposal. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du revealed a rare smile. Very good. Have you chosen the executioner? Han Ju nodded. You can name this special space as a show of my sincerity, Heavenly Venerate Xian Du said. He paused for a moment and said, this matter will not taint you with karma. After we discuss, the name will be personally named by the executioner. How sinister, how considerate. Han Ju said in a low voice, let's call it the reincarnation space. I'll send someone to your Dao field. You can arrange it yourself. I still have to cultivate normally. Yes, sure. After the dream ended, Han Ju sent a dream to Immortal Emperor Samsara and asked him to bring people to the 33rd heaven to find Heavenly Venerate Xian Du. After that, Han Ju began to observe. Immortal Emperor Samsara did not bring Han Tua along. This meant that he did not have any ulterior motives. However, Han Ming followed Immortal Emperor Samsara. Han Ju didn't care too much about this younger brother who had already cut ties with him. Han Ming treated Han Tua well. If he really encountered danger, Han Ju would save him if he could. That was all. Immortal Emperor Samsara left the immortal world with 100 trusted aides. Han Ju sorted out his emotions and started to break through. He could have broken through long ago, but he was disturbed by Heavenly Venerate Xian Du. Next was the perfected primordial chaos zenith heaven golden immortal realm and the freedom sage realm. Jia School, in the sect master's Daoist temple. Huang Zuantian was meditating when the messenger disciple suddenly entered. Report, the Golden Crow Demon Emperor has been defeated by our sect's primordial golden immortal. However, the Buddhist sect suddenly interfered and saved him, the messenger disciple said in a low voice. Huang Zuantian opened his eyes and frowned. Who from the Buddhist sect attacked? Primordial Chaos Buddha. Huang Zuantian was moved. Primordial Chaos Buddha was a newly established Buddha of the Buddhist sect. His cultivation was extraordinary and his strength was unfathomable. It was said that he might be a pseudo-sage. The Buddhist sect sending the primordial chaos Buddha was equivalent to declaring war. Chapter 593 Breakthrough, Scientific Faith. Chapter 593 Breakthrough, Scientific Faith. I'll go meet him. Huang Zuantian stood up. The Buddhist sect had sent a Buddha, so how could he stand by and watch? The messenger disciple heaved a sigh of relief. Huang Zuantian immediately moved. A battle between pseudo-sages was about to break out. After 500 years, Han Ju finally broke through. He deliberately slowed down towards the end. He wanted to hit a nice number of years, but at the last moment, he sped up his breakthrough when it was getting rushed. His dermic powers surged. Han Ju checked his attributes panel as he consolidated his cultivation. Name, Han Ju, lifespan, 93,900/12 septillion 999 sextillion 999 quintillion 999 quadrillion 999 trillion 999 billion 999,999,999, race, primordial fiend celestial, immeasurable emperor, cultivation, perfected primordial chaos zenith heaven golden immortal realm, perfect sage, technique, primordial chaos reincarnation great Tao, heavenly cycle body tempering, great Tao of life and death, great Tao of karma, great Tao of extreme origin, awesome. His lifespan had increased by 10 times. Han Ju looked at this long string of numbers and was filled with satisfaction. It was already equivalent to immortality. Han Ju calmed down and continued to consolidate his cultivation. After 40 years, his cultivation finally stabilized. He began to improve his Sword Dao mystical powers. It only took him half a year. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. Han Ju didn't directly cultivate the grand unity aspect. Instead, he checked his emails and asked about the recent situation. Your good friend Immortal Emperor Samsara has left the immortal world. Your good friend Han Ming has left the immortal world. Your good friend Huang Zuantian was attacked by your good friend Primordial Chaos Heavenly Devil. Your good friend Immortal Emperor Samsara created the reincarnation space. Your good friend Primordial Chaos Heavenly Devil was attacked by your good friend Li Daokong. Your good friend Shi Dudao was attacked by the ancient master of calamity. Your good friend Pan Xian has joined the divine palace. His providence has increased greatly. Why were the Primordial Chaos Heavenly Devil and Huang Zuantian fighting? Han Ju frowned. In order to prevent the two spies from fighting, he had to visit them in their dreams. Their loyalty to him had reached 6 stars. Han Ju was not afraid of being betrayed. When the two of them learned that the other party was on their side, they were both shocked. However, they didn't dare to act recklessly in front of Han Ju and could only agree not to become enemies. Han Ju sent a dream to Li Daokong. This fellow was a very stubborn person. Han Ju was worried that he would fight the Primordial Chaos Heavenly Devil to death. Li Daokong was silent. After a long while, Li Daokong asked, Sect Master, how many people have you planted exactly? He used to think that Han Ju was not shrewd enough and only knew how to cultivate diligently. He suddenly felt that he had seen wrongly. He was too shrewd. One of the Buddhas was actually his subordinate. Han Ju said, this matter cannot be made public. I trust you. You will become a sage of the hidden sect in the future, so I'm letting you know in advance. Li Daokong nodded. Thank you for your kindness, Sect Master. I have something to say. I took Han Yu in as my disciple. I already know. I want to treat Han Yu as my successor. He might suffer and even die. Li Daokong was very hesitant when he said this. Although he had a strong personality, he was not stupid. Han Ju said, up to you. With that, he removed the dream. After returning to reality, Han Ju snorted coldly. If I want to protect him, how can he die young? Han Ju thought proudly. He was no longer the same as before. In this immortal world, he had such confidence. After settling all of this, Han Ju began to cultivate the grand unity aspect. The further one progressed in the grand unity aspect, the harder it was to cultivate it. It was not that the essence of the Fiend Celestial was stronger, but that the power of the Fiend Celestial Dharma idols repelled each other and was very difficult to coexist. This cultivation lasted for 200 years. Han Ju cultivated another 50 chaotic Fiend Celestial Dharma idols and couldn't create a new one. They were respectively the Defying Tao Fiend Celestial, the Surging Fiend Celestial, the Roaming Fiend Celestial, the Spiral Fiend Celestial, the Sly Smile Fiend Celestial, the 49 Authority Fiend Celestial, the Dragon Form Fiend Celestial, the Creation Fiend Celestial, the Realm Fiend Celestial, the Useless Fiend Celestial, the Influential Fiend Celestial, the Sensory Fiend Celestial, the Memory Devourer Fiend Celestial, the Negative Karma Fiend Celestial, the Stellar Fiend Celestial, the Omnipresent Fiend Celestial, the Devilish Evil Fiend Celestial, the Sunken Fiend Celestial, the Epic Supremacy Fiend Celestial, and the Ancestral Fiend Celestial. Chi Breath Fiend Celestial, Green Lotus Fiend Celestial, Attack Fiend Celestial, Existence Fiend Celestial, Plane Fiend Celestial, Exterminate Fiend Celestial, Spirit Connection Fiend Celestial, Extinction Fiend Celestial, Non-Distance Fiend Celestial, Withered Fiend Celestial, Time Fiend Celestial, Ancient Fiend Celestial, Great Firmament Fiend Celestial, Tao Chaser Fiend Celestial, Spiritless Fiend Celestial, Emperor Tao Fiend Celestial, Emotion Fiend Celestial, Rebirth Fiend Celestial, Instant Fiend Celestial, Divination Fiend Celestial, Creator Lord Fiend Celestial, Soul Origin Fiend Celestial, Ashen Fiend Celestial, Heavenly Cycle Supreme Fiend Celestial, Exposure Fiend Celestial, Rule Fiend Celestial, Grant Fiend Celestial, Blessing Fiend Celestial, Red Dust Fiend Celestial, and Stubborn Fiend Celestial. Hanju began the simulation trial and adapted to the power of these new fiend celestial Dharma idols. In the blink of an eye, 10 years passed. Apart from ancestor Shitian and Dijuan, Hanju could directly kill all existences in the simulation trial. After accumulating 224 fiend celestial Dharma idols, no one below the sages could resist him. Awesome! The increase in strength made Hanju regain his hot-blooded state. He really wanted to find a freedom sage to fight. Forget it. Calm down. I can't act recklessly. Hanju walked out of the Taoist temple and preached the Tao to all the living beings in the hidden sect. He preached for 100 years. 100 years later, Hanju returned to the Taoist temple and began to observe the reincarnation space. The reincarnation space was not in the immortal world but in a corner of the dark forbidden zone. It was extremely far. Even as a sage, Hanju couldn't spy on the reincarnation space's exact situation. He had no choice but to send a dream to the reincarnation space for immortal Emperor Samsara to show him the situation. Currently, thousands of reincarnators were gathered in the river of destiny of the Earth immortal world, forming more than 100 illusory worlds. Creating a world required great dharmic powers, because these worlds were located in the river of destiny. If the reincarnators changed the fate of the providence bearers in the illusory world, it would affect the river of destiny. Immortal Emperor Samsara showed Hanju the scene of the reincarnation space. There was a city in the reincarnation space. It was 1,000,000 kilometers big and could allow the reincarnators to rest. This city was very similar to an ancient city, but there were also some technological figures. The cultivation trend of the Earth immortal world has ended. What's popular now is something called science. By using science, living beings can leave their stars and explore the chaos. The one who created science was also a chaotic fiend celestial. He severed the spirit chi and used it to attract the faith of all living beings in the Earth immortal world to strengthen his providence. His strength is unfathomable. However, this chaotic fiend celestial is also afraid of Zhen Yuanzi and doesn't dare to show himself usually. Immortal Emperor Samsara introduced. Hanju raised his eyebrows. Was this the truth of science? The end of science was theology. Was it just a lie fabricated by the gods? Hanju asked, is there a planet called Earth? Immortal Emperor Samsara said, yes. Earth was once the center of the Earth immortal world, but it's very weak now. What's the year on Earth? Earth has already existed for 10 billion years. The galactic year is 3,200. Hanju remained silent. Either this was not the Earth of his previous life, or it had been a long time. The Earth he was familiar with had already changed. However, Hanju did not care about Earth or his previous life. He only cared about this life. Chapter 594 Tao Ancestors' Birth. Chapter 594 Tao Ancestors' Birth. Are you very concerned about Earth? Immortal Emperor Samsara asked curiously. In his opinion, Earth was ordinary and not worth mentioning in the Earth immortal world. Hanju said, it's nothing. You should know what's special about Earth. Other than history, there's nothing unusual. Immortal Emperor Samsara nodded. He also knew the history of Earth. It belonged to the core civilization of the previous Earth immortal world. Unfortunately, that was only in the past. Ever since Zhen Yuanzi left the Earth immortal world, the mysterious chaotic fiend celestial had invaded. The Earth immortal world had already become a barren land. Hanju asked about some details about the reincarnators. The reincarnation space recruited reincarnators not from a single point of time, but from living beings from the Earth immortal world of all timelines. However, there was one thing. Two living beings with the same essence could not appear, which meant that if they chose this person, they could not choose the one on the other timelines. With Immortal Emperor Samsara's strength, crossing time was not a problem. As a mighty figure, Han Ju was not afraid that others would travel through time to find his past self because he would be able to sense it. Several hours later, the dream ended. Immortal Emperor Samsara opened his eyes. He sat in a dark hall with two majestic statues standing beside him. A black-robed man appeared in front of him and said, "Master, some races in the Earth immortal world have discovered our existence and have already expressed hostility." Immortal Emperor Samsara said calmly, "It's a good opportunity to give the reincarnators a new mission. I'll release a new batch of Dharma treasures. You can let the wind out. In addition, choose 12 over-gods. In the future, the 12 over-gods will manage the reincarnation space. I still have to cultivate, so I'll stay behind the scenes." The black-robed man hurriedly agreed. Immortal Emperor Samsara let him leave. When he turned around, the black-robed man's eyes revealed excitement. He was about to ascend. Time passed quickly. Han Ju opened his eyes and ended his cultivation again. Awesome! Even though he had already reached the perfected primordial chaos zenith heaven golden immortal realm, Han Ju was still filled with the desire to cultivate. In the immortal world, he was already an absolutely invincible existence. However, he couldn't expect the immortal world to exist forever. Han Ju stood up and stretched. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website myboxnovel.com. Thanks. The strange deity suddenly flew over. The strange deity didn't come to disturb him in millenniums. It also found a place to cultivate. Its cultivation was related to Han Ju. The stronger Han Ju was, the stronger it became. Now, it also had the strength of a sage, but it was far inferior to Han Ju and did not have the status of a sage. Han Ju glanced at it and asked with his eyes. The strange deity waved its hand silently. Through telepathy, Han Ju learned that the strange deity had sensed the existence of the inauspicious deity. It had already infiltrated the immortal world. The inauspicious deity was formed by the inauspicious evil of the dark forbidden zone. Only after countless years of nurturing could an inauspicious deity be born. Han Ju was surprised. Why could the inauspicious deity enter the immortal world? Why did the heavenly Tao not reject it? Thinking of something, he suddenly looked up. In the 9 heavens, purple light filled the air. A vast heavenly might was brewing. A figure stood in the center of the heavenly might. Fong Liang. His aura changed, becoming ethereal and unfathomable. Even Han Ju couldn't see through him. His cultivation was already a pseudo-sage, but his aura and soul essence were unfathomable to Han Ju. He checked Fong Liang's profile picture. This fellow had already become the Tao ancestor. Could it be that because Fong Liang had become a Tao ancestor and the heavenly Tao was in chaos, he had given the inauspicious deity a chance? Since Fong Liang had become a Tao ancestor, why were the other sages not moving? Han Ju sent a dream to Qiu Shilai. In the dream, he directly asked this question. After being enslaved by the primordial heavenly prison, Qiu Shilai was absolutely loyal to him. Qiu Shilai asked with a strange expression, "Isn't Fong Liang your disciple? How can the sages not deduce it? Who dares to have any objections?" Han Ju was stunned. Just because of this? On second thought, it made sense. No sage dared to offend him. Even heavenly venerate Xian Du had to be polite to Han Ju. In their opinion, Fong Liang's change might be his intention. Fuxishan once came to ask me. It can be considered a probe. After that, the sages ignored Fong Liang. Speaking of which, why can Fong Liang absorb the heavenly Tao's providence? Qiu Shilai asked curiously. Han Ju realized that the sages only knew that Fong Liang was absorbing providence and not transforming into the Tao ancestor. Han Ju didn't hide anything from him. Qiu Shilai widened his eyes. Crap. Qiu Shilai muttered to himself, his expression becoming solemn. Han Ju asked, "What's wrong?" Xiao Shilai's gaze was faint as he said, before the Tao ancestor left, he chose a successor. It was the sage of the human school from before. He was plotted against and died. Li Muyi, who had already left the heavenly Tao, had no choice but to return. Han Ju suddenly recalled that the human school indeed didn't have a heavenly Tao sage. They only left behind a wisp of primordial purple qi. If the Tao ancestor revives and knows of this, I'm afraid we sages will be held responsible. The once majestic heavenly sect master is still being suppressed in the ancient desolate and will never transcend. The more Qiu Shilai spoke, the more terrified he became. In the hearts of the sages, the Tao ancestor was the strongest existence and also the existence they respected the most. If the Tao ancestor hadn't left, they wouldn't have dared to fight. Now that the Tao ancestor had returned, Han Ju consoled him. Don't worry. Feng Liang only obtained the Tao ancestor's identity, he's not the true Tao ancestor. Really? Xiao Shilai heaved a sigh of relief. Han Ju instructed him not to spread this matter and left the dream. After returning to reality, Han Ju opened his eyes. The strange deity came over again. You want to go out? The strange deity nodded crazily. Han Ju thought for a moment and said, I can let you out, but you are not allowed to leave the heavenly Tao or harm other living beings other than the inauspicious deity. Otherwise, you will be expelled by the rules of the heavenly Tao and I won't be able to protect you in the future. The strange deity waved its hand in a promise. Han Ju waved his sleeve and sent it out. This fellow was very cautious. If he was not confident, he wouldn't take the initiative to look for Han Ju. The inauspicious deity was about to suffer. Then, Han Ju walked out of the Daoist temple and came to the Daoist temple beside him. He raised his hand and knocked on the door. The door suddenly opened, and Xing Hongxian stood up to welcome him. After Han Ju entered, the door closed. Zhang Ju and the Crimson Fox seemed to not see it and continued cultivating. Han Ju walked to the small table and sat down. He poured himself tea and asked, How's your cultivation recently? Xing Hongxian sat down and smiled like a flower. Not bad. I'm getting closer and closer to the zenith heaven realm. However, I wonder when I can become a pseudo-sage and give birth to your child. Xing Hongxian had changed her potential due to her reincarnation and had obtained the providence of the human emperor. After cultivating for so many years, it was not rare for her to be close to the zenith heaven realm. She was no longer a mortal. Han Ju said angrily, What's the use of having children? Be careful not to waste your cultivation energy. Xing Hongxian curled her lips. I want to leave you a descendant. If you leave the hidden sect one day and go out adventuring, there will be a legitimate son to control the hidden sect for you. These geniuses of the hidden sect are all arrogant, the sect will be leaderless in the future. Something will happen if you're gone. Chapter 595 Divine Clans Move. Chapter 595 Divine Clans Move, It's impossible for me to leave the hidden sect. Han Ju shook his head and laughed. Xing Hongxian blinked. Thinking back carefully, Han Ju seemed to have never left the sect alone. Even if he came to the immortal world, he would bring them along. Instead, they had all left the hidden sect alone. Thinking of this, Xing Hongxian asked curiously, Aren't you tired of staying in the sect? Han Ju asked, Why? No one should be your match now. Don't you want to go out and take a look? Have you been possessed by the heavenly Tao? Han Ju looked at her warily. He hesitated, asking himself if he should purify her. Xing Hongxian said helplessly, You're too cautious. You're already a sage, but you're still afraid of going out. When she met Han Ju for the first time, he was still a youth. At that time, he was very cautious. Now that he was a sage, he was still so cautious. Perhaps this was the reason why he could become a sage. The two of them continued chatting about the past and the present. Several months later, Han Ju left Xing Hongshuan's Daoist temple and came to the Fusang tree. The disciples stood up and bowed to him. After tens of thousands of years, even after moving to the 100-peak immortal river, the Fusang tree was still where the personal disciples gathered. The black hell chicken flew over and shouted, "Master, I want to complain." Han Ju asked, "What?" The black hell chicken shouted, "Ada and Xiao'er want to go out." Ada and Xiao'er were golden crows. Back then, because their potential was not good, they were expelled from the family. Now, they were already deity realm existences, but they were still a distance away from the zenith heaven realm. Ada hurriedly said, "No, it's talking nonsense. It's just that a golden crow is using the bloodline resonance to summon us." Xiao'er trembled in anger as the true sun flame on his body burned. Han Ju counted with his fingers. It turned out that the Golden Crow Demon Emperor was summoning the Golden Crows of the myriad worlds. The Jie school's attacks were very fierce. If this continued, the demons would definitely disband. The demons might not be wiped out, but as a member of the demon race's royalty, the Golden Crow Divine Clan could not survive. Han Ju said, "After reaching the pseudosage realm, you can go out whenever you want. Before that, don't even think about it or fan the flames." If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. With that, he walked in front of the Fusang tree and began to observe it. There were already more than 300 spatial vortexes connected to the tree. Han Ju didn't expect there to be so many worlds outside the heavenly Tao. Fortunately, these worlds were far inferior to the immortal world. After so many years, the Fusang tree's cultivation had already reached the 6th mystic divine origin and could step into the zenith heaven realm at any time. Han Ju asked the Fusang tree to open those spatial vortexes, and he started to spy on the world inside. The other disciples did not dare to disturb him and cultivated separately. Buzhou Divine Mountain. A three-legged golden crow with a wingspan of 1,000,000 feet sped over from the west, wanting to go up the mountain. Boom! A surging sword chi erupted, scattering the sea of clouds and shaking the Buzhou Divine Mountain. The three-legged golden crow had no choice but to stop and say, "I'm the Golden Crow Demon Emperor of the demon race. I have come to visit Senior Li Daokong." "No." Li Daokong's voice was extremely cold and firm. The living beings on the Buzhou Divine Mountain were all very nervous. They had long heard of the Golden Crow Demon Emperor. Although Li Daokong was ranked first on the Heavenly Tao Providence Board, the Golden Crow Demon Emperor was not bad either. He also had demons under him. "This matter involves the Buzhou Divine Mountain," the Golden Crow Demon Emperor said in a low voice. He didn't expect Li Daokong to not give him face. "Get lost." Li Daokong's voice was like thunder, deafening all the living beings on the Buzhou Divine Mountain. "Humph." The Golden Crow Demon Emperor snorted coldly and left. 100 years later, the demons rushed towards the Buzhou Divine Mountain from all directions. Demonic aura filled the air and formed dark clouds that enveloped the Buzhou Divine Mountain as if a calamity was coming. Far away in the 100-peak immortal river, Han Ju suddenly opened his eyes. He frowned slightly and looked over. Countless demons surged from all directions at the Buzhou Divine Mountain. They were like an ocean that wanted to drown it. The strongest among these demons was only at the immortal Emperor realm. The demons wanted to attack the Buzhou Divine Mountain. However, these demons were so weak. "Wait." Han Ju's expression darkened. "I see." The demons had used more than 100 million demon soldiers to climb the Buzhou Divine Mountain. They wanted to anger Li Daokong. If he took action and killed these cannon fodder, the immense negative karma would negate his heavenly Tao providence. At that time, he would not be able to protect his position at the top of the heavenly Tao Providence Board. Han Ju pinched his fingers to deduce. He couldn't guess which sage was supporting the demons. In his opinion, a sage was definitely supporting them. Otherwise, if the demons were expelled by the Jie school, how could they have the guts to make enemies again? I want to know who is supporting the Golden Crow Demon Emperor. Han Ju thought. 160 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? So many. Han Ju's heart sank. He immediately chose to continue. Then, he entered an illusion. When he opened his eyes again, Han Ju came to a crimson hall covered in flames. He saw the Golden Crow Demon Emperor kneeling in front of a figure. Dijuan. Dijuan looked down at the Golden Crow Demon Emperor and said indifferently, I already know the situation of the demons. The Golden Crow Demon Emperor gritted his teeth and said, Ancestor, please save the Golden Crow Divine Clan. Dijuan said, I'm not your ancestor. The Golden Crow Divine Clan's Dijuan is only one of my Dharma idols. I have long transcended karma and am not within the illusion. But, the Golden Crow Divine Clan have no sages. It's very difficult for you to gain a foothold in the immortal world. You can only rise again and again. You will be wiped out time and time again. You will struggle at death's door and reincarnate endlessly. The Golden Crow Demon Emperor was silent. Dijuan continued, however, I have a way to help the Golden Crow Divine Clan transcend fate. If I succeed, the Golden Crow Divine Clan will produce a sage. If I fail, the Golden Crow Divine Clan will be wiped out. You are not allowed to expose my existence. Do you dare? The Golden Crow Demon Emperor suddenly raised his head and said, I dare. The Golden Crow Divine Clan has no way out. Let the demons rush to the Buzhou Divine Mountain and force Li Dao Kong to take action to reduce the Heavenly Dao's providence. I will give you a Heavenly Dao Supreme Treasure. You can go to the Dark Forbidden Zone to retrieve it. I will guide you. All right. The Golden Crow Demon Emperor was extremely excited. The words, Heavenly Dao Supreme Treasure, made him dizzy. The illusion ended. Han Ju opened his eyes and frowned. Dijuan was also targeting the Heavenly Dao, and he even gave the Golden Crow Demon Emperor a Heavenly Dao Supreme Treasure. Something was wrong. Didn't these mighty figures already transcend the Heavenly Dao and even the Great Dao? Why were they still attacking the Heavenly Dao? Han Ju continued to deduce the reason. It involves the karma of an existence that surpasses the limits of the system. It cannot be deduced. Han Ju raised his eyebrows. Dijuan was not that strong. In his understanding, only the Dao ancestor surpassed the system's limits. Could it be that the reason why Dijuan attacked was because of the Dao ancestor? Han Ju couldn't figure it out. He sent a voice transmission to Li Dao Kong and asked him not to attack the demons. He should directly use an array formation to encircle the Buzhou Divine Mountain. The Jie school was chasing after the demons. As long as the demons did not go to the Buzhou Divine Mountain, they would collapse soon. Li Dao Kong immediately cast a spell. Sword light rose from the edge of the Buzhou Divine Mountain like swords of light floating in the air. The tips of the swords faced the sky, looking magnificent. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.